Okay, let me make sure that this is working. Isn't. Okay, so I'm like Instagram always be the platform not working right, but it looks like it's on. Let me check and make sure it's showing up on YouTube and Facebook. Let's see. Are you working? Hold on. Now, I really hope these motherfuckers will stop making so much goddamn noise while I'm trying to do my fucking live, because this is starting to get on my nerves. People always want to be nosy instead of minding their own damn business. Okay. Okay. It looks like it's on Facebook. Is it on Facebook? Okay. Okay. I think it's on Facebook. Let me go check my other page. Let's see. Okay, so it is on Facebook, which is good. And let me double check YouTube. Okay, so we're good. We are live. All right, y'all, DzPeepz. I had to start early tonight because I gotta get early in the morning. Let me check Instagram because y'all know the multi-stream always be fucking up on Instagram. Instagram is always a platform that gives the most issues. So give me 1 second to double check Instagram. I think it's on. Okay. All right. We in the building. What's up? What's up? What's up, DzPeepz? Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. This is going to be a live review going over the Jaguar Wright and Orlando Brown. Hold on. Okay, Orlando Brown interview. Let me see the date on this one. I'm going to share the screen here in a second. Oh, that is not pleasant. Okay, so I'm going to post the title in the comments. That way, if you guys want to look up the video, you can do so, just in case there's audio issues, because as I've told y'all, been a lot of audio issues with YouTube lately. Not even just during the streaming, just period. Because even during this interview, like I said, I think it was either close to an hour in or right at an hour in, the audio started going in and out quite a bit. So y'all bear with YouTube because it certainly ain't me. Okay. So let me see. I think what I'm going to do, because I really don't have time to stop and do all that editing, I'm just going to share clips of this live to my Instagram after the fact, because Instagram always be having issues. But anyway, what's up, DzPeepz? I want to thank y'all for tuning in. Shout out to all of my new subscribers. I want to give a big shout out to my returning subscribers, the ones who jumped into my impromptu live that I ended up doing this afternoon to show y'all my face, because I needed y'all to see that it's me. It is me, most definitely. But the things I shared with y'all on that live are very much true, even right now. So I am going to do this live reviewing the interview. Now, if the audio starts to get too crazy, I'll just stop playing the video and y'all can, go and watch the video whenever you feel like it on your own time. Because one, I do got to get up early in the morning. And two, It does get quite frustrating because it is, in fact, a YouTube issue, and there's honestly nothing I can do about it. I've tried. Like I said, it happens on all the content. So this is the link if anybody wants to screenshot it. That way, like I said, you can go directly to the actual interview. Again, this is on Real Life Productions YouTube channel, and I think they got access back to their channel because I saw that they were posting some content earlier today. So again, shout out to Real Life Production. Shout out to Jaguar Wright, the Queen Jaguar Wright, doing the Lord's work, exposing the industry and being the whistleblower. Jaguar, I send you nothing but love and light, healing, positive energies, angels, ancestors, and spirit guides. We are going to support Jaguar on this channel, and we are going to give her nothing but positive energy because she gets more than enough hate in these YouTube streets. Alicia Holt, what's up, baby girl? Thank you so much for coming back. And thank you for tuning in. Like I said, I really do appreciate the viewers and the subscribers that continue to return to my channel and to my lives. It really does mean a lot to me, you guys, for real. So shout out to all of you. Shout out to my newest subscribers. Let's see where we're at now. We are at 5126. So subscriber counts going up every day. And again, I definitely appreciate y'all. I see that y'all are fucking with me in my channel, and I love it. I love it. I love it. For those who missed this afternoon's impromptu live, you can go back on my channel and see me on the screen. Just D show, fresh face, no makeup, all natural me. One thing about it, when it comes to everything I do, whether it's my music, whether it's YouTube, whether it's social media, I am definitely promoting and pushing natural beauty and natural looks, especially amongst the melanin community, because I've never worn a wig in my life. I don't plan to ever do so. I will either wear my afro, braids, or have my hair cornrow like it is today and have a scarf on. Because your girl been busy, your girl been moving around, your girl been having a whole bunch of stuff going on. But more than likely tomorrow night, I will probably actually pick out my afro and, get all glammed and come on the camera. Because luckily where I'm at now, I actually can come on the camera. So I'm happy about that. And I will figure out a way to set up my green screen. That way you guys can see my virtual background with my logo in the upper right corner, which I designed myself on my phone. So again, thank y'all for tuning in tonight. And then of course, I've got the copyright disclaimer here at the bottom. Before I even get started, I do want to say, for the sake of YouTube, that all commentary on my channel is alleged and it is my opinion, okay? Outside of the things that I have personally experienced in my life, when I do talk about my experiences involving surviving SA as a child and as an adult, and the fuckery that is unfortunate SA goes on in even churches, and my personal experience with that is not alleged. That is my real life experience. But as far as Jaguar Wright, Diddy, Hazy, hey, that's what I call Jay-Z, Jay-Z, and all the other stuff, all of that is my opinion, and it is alleged, and it is used for the sake of fair use, for the sake of entertainment, education, and just reviewing content. So I don't want to get any sort of copyright strikes on my channel. The interview that we're going to watch tonight is from Real Life Productions on YouTube, and it is content that was produced at their studio. And I am simply sharing what is already on the internet for the sake and the purpose of reviewing the content, to discuss it, and for commentary purposes only. So I want to make sure that I do put that out there. And again, thank you to all of my subscribers. Thank you to everyone who's been watching and supporting my channel. Thank you to everyone who has continued to return to my channel. I really do appreciate you all so very much. So the only thing I do want to do real quick is I do want to just do a quick post, because like I said, I'll edit later and do the whole reels and things after the fact, but I do want to do a quick post to let people know that I am on. So if they want to come on over into these YouTube streets, that way they can see the content as well. So give me one moment. And thank y'all for bearing with me. It has been a very long day, but yet I am grateful. I am just very tired. And then I realized that the place I'm sitting in, I'm like sitting right below the AC. So I may have to get up and move, y'all. So yeah, it might be you know what? Let me just do that now. Because I can't sit underneath this thing because it has triggered my allergies, which means that there's probably dust particles somewhere off in the AC duct. And I don't need that making me sneeze and be triggering my asthma and coughing up mucus the whole life. So y'all bear with me just a moment. I thought I was going to be able to sit here, but I'm unfortunately not. So I'm going to move my little tray and my laptop right quick. Because, yeah, that ain't finna work. I was trying not to be close to the door because there's other people here who, unfortunately, are a bit loud. So give me a second. Okay. Let's make this easy. Yeah, because I can't do the AC. That's a bit much. It's a bit much. All right. So, anyways, let me get myself resituated. That I will say that's the only downside to being in places with central air conditioning is that typically they don't clean the vents. And the minute that I start sniffling, sneezing, and feeling mucus coming up, that's letting me know that that vent is not clean. And I definitely can't sit right underneath it. The way that these allergies and asthma is set up. So anyways, back to y'all. But shout out to y'all. Shout out to all of my DzPeepz. Shout out to my new viewers. For those who have not, please don't forget to hit that like, share, and subscribe button because we are on our way to 100 million subscribers. Again, I believe in calling things into existence. And thank you to those who had joined in my impromptu. What? Hold on. Why is my phone doing this? Now, come on. See, that's that bullshit with Instagram. Come on, man. Every time I be trying to post, Instagram just starts acting a fool. I swear. They need to update the app. Anyways, shout out to my new viewers. I really want to thank every one of y'all who have been tuning in. I want to thank everybody who has been supporting me and sending positive energy. I really do appreciate y'all so very much. And I need you all to know that you are appreciated. All right, give me 1 second. You know what? Let me just forget Instagram. I think I'm gonna have to probably wipe that app because it's been acting up all day. And I have restarted my phone a good 3 or 4 times a day. So I'm just not even going to fuck with it right now, quite honestly. And I keep forgetting we're still in this retrograde. I believe it's Jupiter that is still in retrograde, which explains all the technical glitches and things that's going on. So I didn't get a chance to really promote tonight's live. Hopefully everybody can see that I'm on live. You know, I've live streamed to my Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And if not, I will promote it tomorrow. Now, with that being said, tonight's live is going to be about the Jaguar Wright and Orlando Brown discuss speaking their truth and disrupting the internet. They have honestly been breaking the internet lately, and I absolutely love it. I really do. Because In my opinion, these are two people who have been very much so misunderstood and heavily spoken negative about. And then also, there's a lot of people that really do support the both of them. And with Orlando, I remember seeing a lot of his content via TikTok. I think it was like last year. Yeah, last year when he was going through a lot of just different changes with his family and his kids and his relationship, and seeing him kind of get himself somewhat back together is very much inspiring. Because Orlando, the thing about Orlando and Jaguar, they are both two people who have sustained a ton of trauma from childhood through adulthood. They have sustained a ton of trauma. And that's why, for me, I like to support those who are, I can't say the underdog because neither one of them are the underdog, but the misunderstood people, the ones that people count out, because I know what that feels like to be that person and to have people give up on you just because they don't understand what you've been through and how what you've been through affects you today. So I actually send love and light to both of them, but this interview starts off very hilarious, which is why I chose it. And then, as I told y'all on my live earlier today, it gets real. It goes from being funny to getting very emotional and very real. And the thing that I like about Jaguar is her authenticity and her raw and unfilteredness. She reminds me so much of myself. She's not afraid to speak her truth. She's not afraid to be outspoken. And she really doesn't give a fuck if people misunderstand her either. So I really like when I say my energy resonates with Jaguar, it really does. And even though she's only a few years older than me, I look at her as someone who has so much wisdom that I can, gain and learn from. So we will be watching. So I put the title in the comment, so you guys should be able to see it on the screen. You can actually pull it up on YouTube yourself. That way, if the audio, it's like I said, I know about an hour in, even when I was watching it, just like not even on streaming, just watching it. The audio does go in and out. And I kept zooming in. I'm like, well, she has a mic on. So I don't know if it was the audio issue with Real Life Productions or if in fact it is a YouTube issue. Because like even with mine, it's like once I'm an hour in, the audio starts glitching up and getting all choppy. So I think it's a YouTube issue, but still just, watch it in your own time. It's a very good interview. And if anyone on, my live has ever experienced or survived SA, it's very powerful. It lets you see how resilient she is. And for her, in my opinion, her resiliency and her tenacity should be celebrated. It really should be celebrated because people will say Jaguar's crazy, but I don't feel that she's crazy. I feel like she has sustained too much trauma. And when you have endured too much trauma, it comes out in ways that other people who have never experienced that can't quite understand. But I definitely can understand and relate to her because there's parts on here where I can feel and see the trauma that she's trying to suppress, and she might like look off or wave her head because it's just too much. And so that's why even right now I send Jaguar love and light and healing and peace because she deserves it. It's not easy being a whistleblower. She's doing what she knows to do to try to help rescue people even after losing her son. So again, Jaguar, shout out to you. And I'm so grateful to be able to share these moments about you on my channel. Linda Fonders Hayes. Hey, y'all, finally caught her live podcast. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate every one of my DzPeepz fighting that. Yeah, you came on my live the other night. Thank you so much for returning, Fighting Fathers Alliance. I really do appreciate y'all coming back and tuning in again. So, like I said, I appreciate the returning viewers. Like, you guys really do inspire me and let me know that my channel is valued. Okay, so again, this is the title, and this is the link. This is the link to the actual video. So like I said, if the audio starts going in and out, y'all can actually go and watch it, offline or after the live. And then this is the title to the interview, and you can just plug that into the search bar on YouTube. So for the sake of not being up all night, because like I said, I got to get up very early in the morning, I'm gonna go ahead and start the video. And once again, before I start the video, let's flash the copyright disclaimer. Again, everything tonight that I am showing is content that is already on YouTube for fair use, for the purpose of commentary, entertainment, and education. I've already told you guys who has produced the interview, which is Real Life Productions, and you can follow, like, share, and subscribe to them on YouTube as well. If you would like to support my channel, I would greatly appreciate it if you'd like to drop a blessing. My cash tag for my Cash App is scrolling across the screen below. As I shared with you guys earlier, I am rebuilding my life after being displaced due to Hurricane Beryl. So any contributions are much appreciated. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Hold on. All right, and you guys should be able to see the screen now. And I have enabled the captions, that way if the audio starts to glitch up. And you guys, if the audio starts to glitch up, please drop down in the comments and tell me, because on my end, I won't be able to hear it. Like literally, I won't be able to hear it until after I go back and rewatch it, because on my end, it'll sound perfectly fine. So real quick, let me show y'all. There's the title, and then this is the channel, Real Life Productions. So, and by the way, this is, oh, that's what's up. They got more subscribers. See, they did a copyright strike, and all that did was drive more traffic to their channel. That's what's up. 1.2 million. That's what's up. See, that's the goal for Just D Show. I want 100 million subscribers. So, all right, let's get started on the video.
I listen to you more than children every day. When you speak, I listen to the things you say. I love your breadcrumb trails.
You know what? I love let me tell you something. I love the fact that you actually Diddy and you acting like you not on these.
My girlfriend Natalie from Poetry.
Oh, wait. Yeah, because I didn't even know this, T. She said, I guess Amanda Seales, which, let me pause real quick. I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know Amanda Seales could sing. The only thing I've seen of Amanda Seales on the internet was her into all the political stuff and, trend on Instagram and YouTube for speaking against Donald Trump and all that. I had no idea that she was a singer. So for her to act like she was going to replace Natalie in Floetry is extremely laughable. Because baby, you can't compete where you don't compare, my love. You just can't.
Jay French shout out.
Yes.
So he debuted at number 2, but he had dropped down onto the charts to 127. But our shout out, he went back up to 62.
I see the comments. Oh, there's a guy named Nick Richard. That's all. Okay. I'm here for it. I'm in the comments of Richard. Okay. So. I'll take a shout out. I'll take a viral shout. And love has got.
Guess who else got contact?
Don't tell me.
My girlfriend Natalie from Poetry. Remember I was talking about my girlfriend Natalie Stewart and her husband Maddox?
Yes. Oh.
Natalie Stewart is Natalie from Poetry.
Oh.
Guess what I didn't know? That as our footage was hitting, so was Amanda Seales and Shay Shay with her fucking line. Talking about she was fucking in Poetry and she replaced fucking Natalie. So Natalie is getting
because Amanda Seales ain't never replaced Natalie from Floetry. Like, girl, if you don't stop goddamn lying, if you don't stop lying. That's why I'm not even mad at Jaguar for going into her, because that was a complete blatant damn lie.
Phone calls in London. One, Jack shouted at you, and that is all and that fucking bitch Amanda Seals, like almost every conversation, it went just like that. So me and Natalie is talking, and I said, I hope you don't mind, I'll put y'all out there. And she said, Jack, she said, I see what you're doing. She said, but that fucking, she was like, why would she lie like that? Amanda
Exactly.
Seals, you were never in.
Never.
You might have considered to try to replace Natalie, but considering that you never went into the studio and you never recorded anything, that would mean that even Marsha didn't have confidence in you.
Hey, yo. That's why I like Jag. Jag don't give no fucks. She don't give no fucks. Jag just be speaking it like it is, like a true Taurus. She just be speaking it like it is. Linda Fonders says, amen. Thank you for bringing the great content. And yes, I send positive light and energy to, oh, bless you, my love, to Miss D and Jaguar Wright. Blessings and much love. I really do appreciate that, and I receive it. I really do. Anybody sending positive energy, that is a blessing. And all jokes aside, I know this part of the interview is going to be hilarious, but when I tell you I have been praying for Jag every day. See, the thing about being an empath, clairvoyant, psychic is you feel other people's energy on such a deep level. And she's been doing a lot of content, like a lot of interviews, and she's been catching a lot of strays. I mean, people been, even today, I was seeing on that newest live that she did on the YouTube channel Too Strong, the one where I showed y'all the live from the other night, where she, at the end of it, she said how she knew Beyonce was a witch or whatever. Do you know people are still bringing that interview to all of the other content on YouTube that's out in these YouTube streets? Like, if y'all don't go head on with y'all small-minded, I fear what I don't understand looking asses, like, it just, it's annoying to me, and it ain't even happening to me. So I know if it's annoying to me, it's a lot for Jag. So on this channel, there will be no Jag bashing. If anybody jumps in the comments talking shit about Jag, you will get blocked and banned. You will not be able to see my channel ever again. Because on this channel, we're sending love and light and positive energy to Jag, because that's what she needs. And that's the thing. It's always, amazing to me when people get mad at those who are exposing corruption instead of the people that are doing the corruption. Isn't that crazy? Instead of them being mad at Diddy and Jay-Z and all these other men, they're mad at her for speaking her truth. They're mad at her for exposing the fuckery that shouldn't have happened in the first damn place. And it's like, do y'all be thinking about these kids? When y'all be calling her all kind of liars and she's a witch and she's this and that. Like I said earlier, all a witch is a woman who's in tune with nature's elements. Literally, like, I've researched it. That's all it is. It's just someone who understands how the universal law works, how energy, how frequency works. This entire planet is made of earth, air, wind, and fire. Those are the four elements. There are actual angels that hold up the four corners of the earth. So just because you don't have access to hidden knowledge because you have not opened your third eye doesn't mean that the people who have are evil. It's only evil when you use evil intentions behind the gifts that you were born with. And that's why I touched on that earlier in my impromptu live. Because I was like, when she said, yeah, I know Beyonce's a witch because it takes one to know one, that didn't strike no fear in me. That just means she's in tune. But at the end of the day, what is she doing with her energy? She's using her energy to expose corruption, to put people on blast, and above all, to rescue those who have and still are victims of SA in being transformed because apparently you're not supposed to say trafficking. I mean, YouTube didn't censor so much shit, it's ridiculous, which is why I'm starting a Patreon. Because on my Patreon, it's no holds bar. We going all the way in. I ain't censoring shit because my channel is raw and uncensored anyway. But because I am working towards monetization, you know, I understand that certain things they don't allow you to say. So you have to say things like grape instead of, or the R word, just stupid shit. But at the end of the day, Jaguar is doing, in my opinion, the Lord's work. She's helping to expose stuff that shouldn't be happening in the first damn place. And she's actually rescued several women and young girls, literally. Like she has herself went to Epstein Island and rescued girls that were getting assaulted and getting transferred and getting drugged. And she's going to talk about during this interview a 10-year-old that her and her father had to rescue from a grown man forcing himself on her. So this channel is, we are going to support her. We're going to send her love and light. We're going to encourage her. And if anybody, any trolls pop up in the comments, one, ain't nobody going to see your comments because I'm not even going to allow them to be on the screen. And two, you will get banned and blocked. Oh, and for the ones that tried to come over to my Instagram page, you know what? Please go play in traffic. Like for real, because there was people that I banned on here that tried to come to my Instagram and got blocked immediately. I don't know what type of psychology, you know, you have going on in your mind to think that I'm going to give a fuck what you think, nor that, or that I'm even going to tolerate it. See, I'm a Scorpio. One thing I don't do, I've told people, I'm not going to go back and forth with nobody. I will cut you off quick. All communication. Blocked, banned, done. I ain't got time for it because everyone's entitled to their opinion. But on this channel, there will be no Jaguar Wright bashing, period. You either rock with us supporting her or get the fuck on. That's like dead ass. That's what it is. Straight up. Like that's what it is. What's up, Joy? Thank you, my love. Thank you for coming back and joining us. Shout out to Joy in Sneakers. Matter of fact, real quick, let me do this before we continue to watch the interview, because I know some people was on my live, my little impromptu live that I did earlier this afternoon. And because I wasn't on StreamYard, I was not able to share Joy's page. So I'm going to do that really quickly. And then we'll go back to reviewing the interview. Okay. Oh, I'm not even sharing I had to get to the page. So anyway, so y'all know how to get here on my channel. So it's got home, the home page, videos where you can scroll through all my videos. Oh, and this is my song, by the way, that I was telling y'all about. And I edited the video for my song. So Splashtown, sang, written, edited, and produced by me. Then you go to shorts. Okay, no, don't do that. Then the lives, playlist, community. So community is where I share content. Because I was watching this yesterday and I had no idea that Jaguar did her Jaguar Oki, which she was singing her ass off. So I had to share this to here. And this is where I share like my thumbnails that I edit when I'm promoting my lives. And I did all the editing on my phone. And then I'm trying to scroll down to Joy's page. There we go. So this is our fellow DzPeepz, Joy in Sneakers YouTube channel. And she does these dope ass sneakers. So y'all can go. Let me see if it'll bring up. What? Oh, you know what? Really? Really? YouTube? This is what we gonna do while we on live? The fuckery. Can you stop? Because that's like super annoying. All I'm trying to do is scroll down to Joy's page. So let me see. Okay. So yeah, you can go to her YouTube channel and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. That way, like I said, I promote, especially our DzPeepz. I promote those who promote me. So y'all go like, share, and subscribe to Joy's YouTube page and her Instagram as well. All right. So shout out to you, Joy. Shout out to all the viewers tonight. Shout out to all of my DzPeepz new subscribers. And again, for those who have not, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And for those who would like to put a blessing on my channel, my cash tag is scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Now, back to Jaguar. Let's get back to the interview review. And for those who have just tuned in, as I stated at the beginning of my live, this is a review of the interview. All commentary is alleged and is my opinion. And it is for the sake of entertainment, for the sake of education and discussing, and us to just go over it. Okay. And let's see. Joy says, thank you, babe. You're welcome. I appreciate it for sure. I appreciate you too, boo. That's why I told you I promote you on my stuff now. And if any of my other DzPeepz, if y'all got YouTube channels, if y'all got brands, if you've got social media pages that you want promoted, let me know. Y'all could DM me on Instagram or you could email me. My email is listed in my YouTube channel description. So you can click the description and see my email on there, which is just simply justdshow@gmail.com. So if you have a business, a page, a brand that you want me to promote, I would be more than glad to do that because y'all are my DzPeepz and we got each other. Okay. All right. So now back to, I want to put the title back up here. That way, if y'all want to go pull up this video later and watch it, like I said, I have the captions on, but the audio, y'all know YouTube having audio issues. So if you can't hear the audio, please put it in the comments, y'all. Somebody drop down in the comments, drop in the chat and say, hey, the audio's glitching up or we can't hear it. And then I'll just stop the video because ain't no point in me playing it if y'all can't hear it. Linda says there is light energy and dark energy inside of all human beings. Some folks go to the dark side. I prefer the light. We all have these choices. Absolutely. And you know, Linda, I'm glad you said that because I recently had a conversation, with a friend of mine, and, people, again, when people are conditioned to religion, they're going to automatically reject and fear what they don't understand. And I was like, baby, we all have light and dark. It's just what you choose, what intention you put behind it. And if you choose to follow the dark, that's your choice. If you choose to follow the light, that's your choice. I choose to be a light bearer. I am a high priestess. I send healing to people. I don't send dark energies after people unless they send energy to me. What I will do is reverse that shit back to sender 100,000 fold and it'll boomerang right back to your motherfucking ass. So that's the shit I be on. I don't be on the cursing people and shit. I keep telling people you curse yourself when you fuck with a high vibrational. It's the truth. It's the rule of universal law, because you cannot speak against, talk shit about, gossip, send spell work, send evil eye to one of the chosen and think that the ancestors, angels, and spirit guides won't defend us. They always will. And they will come after you swiftly. And it's a very fast boomerang effect when you send energy in any sort of intention that is evil, you will immediately receive. That's how come people who have called themselves fucking with me or sending spell work to me or sending evil eye or negative energy and prayers, hell, even gossip, even people still talking shit about me, wondering why in the hell shit be all of a sudden they shit going left and they can't get out of it, is because that's my ancestors on your ass. So imagine just how much more powerful protection Jaguar has. I mean, like, really think about it, how much more protection she has. And so to those that, say and do negative things is the reason that I send her the positive energy, because I already know that there's so much negativity, because there's so many people that are still living in a state of fear, and fear is a low vibrational energy that only exists in this realm. Literally, fear and time do not exist in heaven at all. So, it's one of those things where, like I said, on this channel, we are going to send nothing but love and light and support to Jaguar and to all of our DzPeepz. We're a family. We support one another, and that's just what it is. All right, now back to this very hilarious interview.
And it's just wild how these motherfuckers still like to try to take over and assume other people's legacies. Natalie just won another Grammy. Nobody's even acknowledged it.
No one's acknowledged it.
But I tell you what, the shout out that we gave Natalie Maddox is helping their promo tour for her new project this summer.
Just like that.
Just like that. Jay French popping up back on the charts after the album fell down because it's so hard for independent artists to compete with the system. This is why they suppress me. This is why they hate me. You know, this is why I have a hard time talking about that gentleman sitting right over there.
Come on, let's talk about him because you've been pushing since the first interview.
You want to know what's interesting? That it takes a bitch that's not from Dallas indigenously to acknowledge Big Al, son.
Man, come on now. And I want to do like this. Do you mind just putting your face to an end? Because I want to just jump in there.
Come on over here.
Put your face in it and just
Come
get
on
off
over
camera.
here. Sit with your sister.
Just sit for 30 seconds and hop right off camera, man. That's all I need you to do. You doing it? Hey, come on, man. I answer no questions. Put your face to a name. And I'm going to talk to Jag because in the first interview, you mentioned Rakim Al-Jabbar.
Yeah.
And what you came to Dallas even do for artists like Rakim to push him to the next level. And here you go, 3 years later.
Some bullshit. Because it shouldn't take a Philly girl to come down and honor Big Al's son.
Yeah.
And for those who don't understand what that means, Big Al is to Dallas what Pimp C was to Houston.
Come on. Come on.
Am I lying?
Come on. Without question. Without question.
Meanwhile, you got all these so-called fucking legends who were.
Linda says, exactly, that's right. That's right. We operate at a higher frequency. Exactly, Linda. Exactly. And that's why, you know, like I literally have had people come back to me and say, you put a curse on me because after you left my life, XYZ happened to me. No, bitch, you was talking shit. Like deadhead for real. You was talking shit. You was sending negative energy. You even gossip, y'all. Even people, do you understand that when people are gossiping about you and talking shit about you, that's spell work? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that negative gossip, when people just sit up and talk shit about you, that's spell work? That's them sending negative energy into the universe about you, even though they're too afraid to tell you to your face. They'll sit up on the phone or sit up in person and have whole conversations and talk shit about you. Now, me, what I will do, I will have conversations with people to investigate. I'll give you a good example. Someone who I've been friends with over 20 years, I found out a whole bunch of shit that she had to say about me. And I've been hearing it from like several different people for the past few years. And I had a conversation with someone who knows her intentionally to get information. Like literally, I shared information to get information. And I shared information to see what would circle back. How will this circle? Because that's how I test people. Folks don't even be knowing that they're being tested when they have a conversation with me. Because I want to see what you're going to say. And I want to see how much of what I've said to you gets circulated. And when it was all said and done, I released that person because I already knew that person was not for me because she proved it time and time again. And so I was like, you know what? I'm not even mad. I'm glad. Thank you for telling me so that you just confirmed energies that I was feeling and seeing and hearing. But when that person sat up and spoke so many lies on me, when she herself was on some actual whole shit, like in real life, in real time, and I am and have been celibate, it just was like, wow, you know, and so even shit like that, when I talk with people, my energy is protected because I protect it before I enter any sort of communication. And two, my intention is not evil. It's literally to investigate and find out. See, Scorpios, we're investigators. That's why y'all always see me researching stuff and showing y'all facts, because I investigate everything. And that same person who was gossiping had an immediate, what's called dharma, which is dark karma, when, you know, you send out negative vibrations, energies, and it comes back to you. And they thought that some kind of way I would be affected, and I wasn't. God removed me from a situation because both of them were in a lower vibrational state. And so it just goes to show, like, all these people who have been talking so much cash money shit about Jaguar, and in the comments going in, I mean, there was people in the comments talking about she needs Jesus, and let's see if her witchcraft saves her at her time of unalivement. I'm like, are y'all and these are people, y'all, that claim to be religious. The same ones who claim Christianity, which is a fake ass religion that ain't got nothing to do with Christ, because Christ never ever once said he was Christian, and you can't even find the word Christian in the Bible. So people get mad when you start exposing truths like this to them, because it challenges the very core of their belief, and their belief is built on a foundation of lies and bullshit and shit that they themselves have not even researched. So it just kills me when people feel entitled to speak on a person, not realizing that when you are at a higher frequency, the protection over you is intense. Like, I'm a Scorpio. We are intense motherfuckers. Whatever we like, we intensely like. And whatever we dislike, we intensely dislike. We have no gray area. We are very much all or nothing. So me as a Scorpio, if I fucks with you, I fucks with you for real. And if I don't, you just won't receive my energy. All of that, going back and forth and arguing with folks. I cut people off so quick. I could really, really love you as a family, friend, or lover. But once I see that I'm not getting through to you, cut off game. I shut completely down. I ain't got shit to say. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you. You don't exist. And what I do is I give you over to my ancestors. I say, ancestors, handle it. Because I'm not finna do nothing to you. But the spiritual protection over me, they will be on your ass, like, straight up. So I tell people all the time, be very careful how you handle the chosen, and how you handle people that are at a higher frequency, because a lot of times you're not prepared to deal with those that protect them. You're not prepared to deal with our ancestors and our angels and spirit guides, because they're ruthless. They don't play about the high vibrationals. They don't. So just be very careful how you handle them. And everybody that's speaking on Jaguar, I would not be, how do I say this? I would be treading lightly how you speak even on her. Especially those who had all those negative things to say about her being a witch. Because, see, y'all fearing what y'all don't understand. Let me tell you something. People who know their power are very powerful and can use their power to protect themselves. Hold on. Because I don't know what the hell they cooking, but I do not want my clothes to smell like that. It smells like a bunch of burnt ass grease. I had to close my closet. I'm like, oh, I did not want my clothes smell like whatever the fuck they cooking down there. But dead ass for real. I say that for a reason, because folks be thinking I don't know the shit they be saying. Oh, I do. I do. You just not worth my energy for me to directly address you. So what I do is I give you over to my ancestors. Because, see, the good thing about being a psychic is I can see bullshit coming a mile away, and as a Scorpio and as an empath. The downside to being a psychic is I be hearing conversations I wish I didn't hear in the 5D. And then the fake ass people still be trying to come around too. They still be trying to come around, still want to smile in your face and act like they ain't just got done tearing you down behind your back. And I'm like, I just be looking at them like, I wonder when they're going to finally realize I know every fucking thing that they've said, but you just not worth my energy. So when tragedy, unfortunately, I've seen that happen, hits people's lives, that's the ancestors. Yeah. When all of a sudden shit just immediately goes left and keeps going left and keeps going left, that's the ancestors. So be careful of the chosen. Be careful of the high frequencies. because what you call a curse is actually you receiving your own energy back 100,000-fold. I'm just saying, that's the truth. That's what it is.
Cultivated, promoted, helped by Big Al.
There you go.
This Big Al's son, closest thing to Biggie Smalls in the South anybody's ever gonna see.
No question. Google him.
And from the second I moved here, all it took was Mousequake saying to me, which by the way is the man who created y'all theme music.
Yes.
Which is the reason why we know each other.
Shout out Mousequake.
Mousequake was mixing his project, Underground God.
Come on.
And we went down to AOE with another member of the Shun crew, Ty Macklin. And we did KOS.
And if I was to say, for anybody who wants to just like right now, pause it and
Erykah Badu was a sample on his album. I appeared in real life.
Oh.
Right. Jaguar Wright appeared on Big Al's son's record. It wasn't as a sample. I showed up at the studio in real life. I'm not even from here. I moved here. And you've been my little brother ever since I've been here.
All right, Rakim, y'all come hop out. Y'all Google Rakim Al-Jabbar.
Period.
Cypher. Just type that in. You'll see what it is.
Legacy. Shit, I'm about to ask for quick 16 if I can get it.
We gonna get it. But we got
Can
one.
I get a 16?
We got a guy who came in the other day, a young star who mentioned your name in our own interview. That's not out yet. But an Orlando Brown who came in, who now is waiting to talk to you. And
Orlando?
We about to bring him in.
Okay, y'all. I had to look up who he is because I'm gonna be real. I'm not familiar with him. Okay, so he's a lyricist, and this is Big Al's son. Okay, dynamic jazz artist and Jason Cannon music all the time, hoping for airplay. I always go into things really cynical and expect it to be terrible. Oh, that's terrible, baby. Heal from that. But I think Rakim is the future. I really do. It's called Big Al, the Cannon DJ, member of Dallas's early hip-hop crew, Nemesis. When Cannon saw Al-Jabbar perform live with Nemesis in place of his father, there was no hype man or vocal track behind him. Okay. So it sounds like he's a pretty dope-ass artist. That's what's up. See, again, I'm an investigator. When I hear something like that, I'm like, okay, let me go see who he is and what he's about. And if he's in Dallas, he ain't that far from here. So if he ever performs, I might come through there and listen to him.
Man, we're about to bring him in. You about to look. You about to see him right there. Come on in. And here we go, just like that.
Boom. What you doing?
These two.
Sitting here.
I love it.
You sitting there?
Talking my shit.
Mama Bear sitting over there talking that good shit.
Listen to me.
I just gotta say, I really love their relationship. It's so, and this is how I feel. I don't know if Jag, if you see this live, tell me if this is true or not. But I feel like Orlando has helped her heal since losing her son that they took in. You know what? I don't need all the notifications. Let me put my phone on Do Not Disturb because that's distracting me. But I feel like Orlando has played an intricate part in helping Jaguar heal. Not to say that he will ever take her son's place, because he won't. But I feel like their connection kind of helps bridge the gap, you know, of that loss, because she really lights up when Orlando comes around, and it definitely feels like a mama bear, you know, adopted son dynamic, and I just absolutely love it.
I'd have paid good money to see you jump all over this couch in real life.
Hey,
Why couldn't
look,
you be here?
yo, I literally had to. I had another interview, and them cats already gave me the upfront. So I was like, yo, I gotta get. You know what I'm saying? I had to give my shout out. I had to give my shout out to what is it? Get Active podcast shoot or show. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. But I'm really proud of you. And I just really wanted to just touch your heart and just let you know, it's a lot of people that been jumping on this wave, this truth telling wave. You know, I'm the only one that's gonna tell you like the truth as far as, you know what I'm saying, who I could okay. And you are definitely the O to the K. Like I have no rebuttals. I have nothing to say. You are on their head. I just wish I was there with you.
Listen to me. I got a birthday coming up. Now, a lot of people like collecting jewelry and stuff like that. I like collecting experiences.
By the way, can y'all hear the audio okay? Or is it glitching? Because I know we're getting close to an hour in on my live. Can everybody hear the audio okay? Can somebody put a 1 in the comments if you can hear it? Put a 2 if it is glitching up. Just let me know.
I'd appreciate it if you'd be my special guest in Las Vegas at my birthday party.
Okay, well, I would love to do that. Let me know. We'll get the particulars, but that's a definite yeah.
Okay. I mean, you know how to get to Vegas.
Real
Yeah, you already know. My daughter's out there in Vegas. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I better know how to get to Vegas.
You gotta make sure when you come down, you pick up and you bring her by the house for pancake breakfast.
I bet. We're gonna see what's happening. We're gonna see what's happening.
No, you can ask all these gentlemen. I'm a qualified chef tournade.
I know, yeah. I think Dave Chappelle was talking about the pancakes that you make on his show.
Well, you know I am Rick James, bitch. What's so funny is when we get together in person, I'll tell you about the jam sessions that I used to go to with Rick James and Eddie Murphy and Raphael Deek and all of that stuff. Oh, we had a time.
Oh yeah, I know you had all the times. Every time in the world was yours, and it still is. And we just now getting to hear your music, and I'm just interested into what you got going on seriously. Yo, your R&B is crazy.
Hey, but for real, it is. Like, I don't know if any of you have recently listened to Jaguar's her actual music. And see, because of copyright, I can't play any of it. But y'all go listen to Been Here Before. That is the track I used on the reel that I just uploaded. What was it, yesterday? Whenever it was, I did my last live and I posted the thumbnail. That song goes so fucking hard. And I don't know if y'all know, Jaguar wrote for Jill Scott. She wrote for Angela Stone. And when I hear her sing, her voice and her vibration is a combination of all of them. Like, so I can hear it. I can hear her now in those other women's music. Like, she is an amazing, amazing artist. And she is one of the artists that I did used to listen to in my, like, you know, late teenager, early 20s type age. And she's amazing. Her music is fucking amazing. Linda says, yes, I hear it well. Thank you. No problems on my end. Thank you for letting me know, love. Because I just need to make sure, because like I said, I be hating when I go back and listen to the lives and it's like so hard. It's all, you know, choppy and you can barely make out what they're saying and stuff. That's why I'd be turning the captions on too. Okay.
You know what though?
Your R&B is nuts.
I have a rebuttal for you.
What? That R&B, have you heard? Yo, my assistant,
My
yo,
rebuttal
her
is,
R&B is nuts.
if I can ever master singing the way you've mastered communication, I'll be somebody.
Well, see, that's why we got to get together, because you know iron sharpens iron, baby, and it's only gonna take just for 5 minutes. That's it.
I want them to stop. I don't think you understand. Every time I hear somebody say something negative about you, there's a moment where I literally try to jump through the screen and choke the dog shit.
Yo, and you know what? The thing is, they haven't seen, you know, anything when it. I mean, everybody's just getting, you know, we've been through so much in the world, and everybody's just now, you know, starting to listen to the truth, and you know, everything that you're saying and everything I've been saying, and you know, what they've been hearing is definitely a breath of fresh air. But you know, I would just like to, like I said, I would like to vibe with you on your work, on you know what I'm saying?
Something right now. Do you know who Judy Garland is?
Yeah, and you know they gave that. Do you know what they did to that woman? They put her on drugs. They put her on drugs. They beat her up. She had to deal with the alcohol.
How the hell is her story the same as these Nickelodeon kids?
Right now.
Right now.
I mean, hey, I
17 years old, unacknowledged and unchecked. And I just want to say to you motherfucking warrior, you are the example for every child star.
Exactly. That's why I love their dynamic. Because as much shit as people talk about Orlando, what he has endured as a Disney kid, a child star, all of them have. Raven Simone has, Justin Timberlake has, Chris Hemsworth has. They all have, but they have all had to suppress it. You know, they've all, I mean, every child star has had to deal with this. And there was a documentary, I think it was either on Netflix or Prime, where it was a whole documentary about child stars and them all surviving SA, even down to Mr. Rogers, which I ain't gonna lie, I always felt a creepy energy about him as a kid. And you know, mom used to have us watch Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and I was like, something about him, I just never liked him. He always felt creepy. And then it had come out a few years back that he was in fact convicted for child pornography, you know, and being inappropriate with kids. And I said, these predators always seem to put on this fake facade and surround themselves with kids. They always do. Always do. And that's why, you know, you really do have to be careful what you allow your children to watch, and the energies, and test the energies of those you know, that they're paying attention to. Joyce says, I love Judy Garland. But yeah, Orlando has survived a lot. That's why I don't judge him. I don't judge him for when he fell into drugs and alcohol, because how do you cope with consistent and constant physical and sexual abuse? You know, how do you cope with that without having the guidance to guide you to therapy and life coaching and support groups? And especially in our culture, you know, in Black culture, it's frowned upon to go see a therapist and go get help, which is another, it's another mental conditioning passed down, through our ancestors. But I commend both of these people who have been so misunderstood, but who have sustained and endured so much trauma beyond what you could ever imagine.
I've been watching you since you were a little peanut. And when you made it to that, so Raven, and I don't even know if you know, I used to ghostwrite for Raven when she was recording in her late teen years.
Nobody be knowing. Nobody knows.
I was in the studio ghostwriting for her, just like I did for Mario. And I remember her talking about you. And she was spicy about you. So when I heard her sitting on the show, talking all that craziness, I'm like, that's not what you were saying about Orlando when you was a girl. You said Orlando has a thing. Yes, she did.
She said Orlando put her in. Hey, she said Lando made her talk to a shrink, but she had already been married to some pussy.
That part.
Orlando's stupid as hell because she is married to a woman. Okay, I know that they are joking, but for me, I have to look at it from the spiritual aspect. Raven going to therapy had more to do with allegedly Bill Cosby than Orlando. I don't know if y'all caught that interview that she did. It was it was an interview and it was a live that she did right around the time Bill Cosby was getting locked up. And she almost broke down. And she said she did not like acting. In fact, she really hated being the character on the Cosby Show because of all the attention and expectation that came with it. And she felt like she couldn't just be a kid. She had to always be this character. And she exposed in code that Lisa Bonet's removal from the Bill Cosby Show wasn't just because Bill Cosby found out she had sex before marriage. It was because she had gotten pregnant and that allegedly they thought it was Bill Cosby's baby. Allegedly. And because Lisa Bonet had become open about her bisexuality. So that was why Raven had so many issues, because she said even when she was playing the character That's So Raven, she knew that she was gay, but they were constantly trying to force her to play this heterosexual role that she really deep down inside, didn't fit. Joy says, that is how I've been able to stand strong. Therapy will free you. Yes, baby, it sure will. And I always promote it, ever since I started grief counseling. I started grief counseling when my sissy Lissa died. And then again, when my father died. And then I just started regular counseling after that, especially after I lost my fifth baby. Like I said, I lost my fifth baby 8 months after my dad died. I didn't even know I was pregnant with the baby. And so I had to go to therapy because I was out of my mind. Like I had lost it. Like I was checked out, mentally, like I couldn't function. And so then I started working directly with a life coach. I know that ant did not just bite me on my toe. You little fucker. I was like, what the hell just pinched me? Then I looked down, there's a little ant in the carpet. But like for real, therapy is meant to heal us. But for whatever reason, like my parents' generation, they don't believe in therapy, man. They'll tell you in a heartbeat, oh no. And I hate to say it, but our parents did grow up in in generations where there was a lot more ignorance and acceptance of holding on to trauma, because they would say things like therapy is for crazy people. No, therapy is for people who have sustained so much trauma that they don't know what to do with it. So they need someone to help guide them, and they need someone to help them heal. It's literally a healing tool and a healing mechanism. It should never be frowned upon. Life coaches even more so help with healing, because you can work one-on-one. Like I've worked one-on-one with life coaches, and that helped me so much. That's what led me to become a healer, was being able to show me my pattern, not only in my relationships, but in my friendships, in my family ships. They pointed out patterns of me accepting abuse, whether it was physical, mental, or emotional. And that's what led to me starting my own path to healing, me doing the research, me looking up the self-help literature, the self-help books, joining support groups, finding, like I joined a support group for women who have had multiple miscarriages. And when I found that there's this group of women who feel the way I feel and have experienced what I've experienced, it gives you this sense of hope. It gives you this sense of understanding. It gives you this sense of belonging. Like I'm not the only one this has happened to. And here's like Joy, when she shared her story the first time she came to my channel, and I'm thinking like, dang, I lost 5, she lost 8, bruh. Like I couldn't imagine going through another one. I just can't. I told God that. I said, no more. 5 was enough. But 8, and to still be the strong woman she is today, and to have gone on to have 4 living children. You know how much strength it takes to suffer loss after loss after loss and not lose your mind? So it just goes to show our strength when we can, be so tenacious, when we can be so resilient, when you can go through so much and still overcome it and still be loving and still help other people. That's the strength of God within you. So yes, therapy will free you of all of your past trauma if you're willing to do the work. Now, if you're not, then you're just wasting your own time and money. And that's just the truth. Linda says, Disney is so evil. There's a video about how the artists have to draw the different characters. It's sick. Disney hypersexualizes children. If you watch that video, you will burn all your Disney. No, but for real, Linda, like dead ass for real, because I'm an 80s baby. I'm pretty sure a lot of us in this live are 80s babies. So we all grew up watching Disney movies, and and then you wonder why your child grows up to be a freak like I was, and still am technically. And why your child is into BDSM, and why your child is into that, because of all the subliminal messages and imagery that they program through those videos, all the hidden sexual stuff, all the hidden body parts, all of this hidden in plain sight shit. And then you have to think about the creator of Disney, who was accused and found to be a PDF file as well. Because you can't say the whole pedo word on YouTube, so got to adopt PDF file. But yeah, Walt Disney's, all of his parks have been discovered to have a ton of interconnecting underground tunnels that lead to caverns and caves where alleged satanic ritual abuse was performed, and that ritual abuse was performed through sexual abuse. So you have to think about, if this man was so diabolical, but in the public eye, oh, I smile and I put on all this stuff to attract the kids. To attract the kids. Let me say that one more again. To attract the kids. But yet you're thinking it's just an innocent movie. It's just an innocent series. No, it's what's behind that. It's the intention to get you to fall for the fuckery, so that you'll bring your children to him so that he can sacrifice them. And it's the same thing, essentially, that Diddy has been accused of. It's the same thing that Jay-Z has been accused of. It's the same thing that R. Kelly has been convicted of. It's the same thing that Epstein was convicted of. It's the same thing that Harvey Weinstein was convicted of. Birds of a feather flock together. That's why I have grace and mercy for people like Orlando and people like Jaguar. who have had to endure things that have been much worse than what I've ever gone through. And they're still here today, somewhat in their right mind, to the best of their ability. And Jaguar using her platform and her knowledge to actually rescue people. Because see, those people who end up becoming the predators and want people to feel sorry for them, and well, because this happened to me, it's happened to several of us. That don't mean that we all became predators. You either become a predator or you become a venomous protector against them. And I commend Jaguar for being that protector against them. And that is why I support her so much. Genuinely.
I swear to God.
What did I do? We've been trying. The world been trying to get her. The world been trying to get her ass to wake up. What the fuck did I do? I didn't do shit. I couldn't have did that much.
Can't get her to wake up. It's a lost cause, dog.
I mean, all I did was eat her pussy. I couldn't. That's all I did, and it was a wrap from there. And then
whatever you did it right. You did it right. I just want to let you know that oosh guys, oosh wash shit, whatever it was, it was translated.
Oh yeah, the oosh got smooth. The oosh got smooth off. Diggity.
I don't know if y'all caught that, but the fact that Jaguar's stupid. Because basically what she's saying is you did it right because it's centered to women. Oh my God. Jaguar is a fool. I love this. I love it so much.
Diggity do much. Yes.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Yeah.
She said shit about a Honda. I cannot. I need these two to go on and get a reality show. I'm so serious. Or just get a YouTube show popping, Jag, because you and Orlando is gold, for real.
Okay. All right. We're gonna I gotta get to your birthday party. And we gotta see what's going on. Yeah, I gotta definitely get to the birthday party.
I need you to text the fellas your favorite meal because I have 5 chefs working. Now, my birthday party is an international dinner party. It's 2 days. There'll be 50 courses served over the course of 2 days. And it'll be honoring all of the foods from my favorite countries with keepsakes and stuff like that. So if you have a favorite international meal that you like, as my guest of honor, just let me know what it is, what country it is, so we can do what we need to do. And I'll make sure I introduce it at my party as the Orlando Brown meal.
We have to have the fufu.
They're done. Done.
We have to have the fufu.
I don't know if y'all know what fufu is, but I've had it before. It's an African soup that you eat with your hands, and it's fish based. That shit is so good. Like, for real. One of my stepsisters introduced it to me some years ago. What year was that? 2016? Yeah, because it was right before my dad died. Man, that shit is good. That's the only thing I don't know how to make from scratch as a chef, but I'm gonna learn. Linda says, I'm a baby. I'm a baby boomer. Yikes. My daughters are 26 and 28. I had the last 2 later in life. I swear we all had the Disney videos. I went down the rabbit hole in 2010, knew about the Satan. Exactly. And see, my thing was this. I had heard about Walt Disney allegedly being this evil, like child predator, like years ago. And I didn't believe it, because of course, growing up watching Disney movies, it's like, how can he be a predator? And he makes all like beautiful movies. Like my favorite Disney movie is Beauty and the Beast. It always has been, always will be. And then of course, until Lion King came out. And I'm like, how can a man so talented be so disgusting? But then we look at R. Kelly. Hell, you know how many babies have been made to R. Kelly? How many dope ass songs R. Kelly has? And a whole entire convicted PDF file peeing on girls and shit. So just because a person is talented and has gifts and can smile for the camera, doesn't mean that behind closed doors they're not completely diabolical. And entertainment industries, I just didn't know all the players. So yeah, and it's a lot more than, trust me, it's way more than Diddy and allegedly Jay-Z and all the rest of them. These are just the ones who are just now getting exposed. But it's so many more. Like for those of y'all that just started joining my channel and just started watching, go, and I know that they're long, but go back and watch my previous lives, because when I tell you it's so many people involved in this shit, y'all, I would say damn near 90% of your favorite music artists, rappers, actors, actresses, musicians, movie, producers, the majority of them, they say it's a fraternity. No, it's a very sick club that they are all a part of. And the few that don't want to be a part of it, like Jaguar, like Cat Williams, like Dave Chappelle, all the ones who have spoken out about it are the ones who they either blacklist or try to go after or threaten, because it's like, how dare you expose the fuckery we're doing, even though y'all shouldn't be doing the shit in the first place. And it's just the truth. They shouldn't.
And I will go down to the after hour to find the poop home and bless it.
Yes, yes, yes. Let me tell you something. You put a little.
We must have the fufu, please.
I agree with you. You know I'm bisexual.
That's okay. Don't worry.
That means Jaguar finna be eating pussy. I told y'all the beginning of this interview is hilarious. It is hilarious because Jaguar just put it all out there. And I ain't even mad at you, Jag. Go on and live in your truth, because Lord knows I do. I like them both too. Hell, do your thing, girl. Do your thing.
Nigga,
hey, don't worry. Don't worry. It's a lot of people out here trisexual. Don't even worry about that. We can handle this. It's all right.
Listen to me. My husband is trisexual.
Yeah, see, it's all right. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry about it. We be all right. Don't worry about nothing. I know, because we just got to get to this birthday party. We got to figure out what's going on. Yeah, we got to figure it out.
Are you really my son?
If you have to ask, then I mean, I don't have the same nose slant that you have.
I need you to go fuck my husband up.
Yeah, no, I can't. Oh no. Listen, look. Just because you are my mama, don't mean I get to get in your fights and shit.
Okay, I'm trying to wonder, is she saying her soon-to-be husband is bisexual too? You know what? I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I am not gonna lie to y'all. That is low-key a fantasy of mine. I just want to have that experience. That is the one experience I've never had. I have had group play with women. I've had group play with couples. I've never had group play with a man that's bisexual, because I'm bisexual. I just wonder what that would be like when it's a consensual group activity. I have a feeling that's what she's saying without saying, which would make sense why they're such a perfect couple. Because if y'all both like it too, y'all both like it too. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
You got to handle some shit now. I mean, yeah, just because you my mama don't mean I'm about to get killed.
I got a side jump on the way.
I got a side John on the way. Yeah, that means they both get down. That's what's up.
Okay. All right, well, shit.
What that also means is that they about that life I used to be about. They about that swinger life. It ain't nothing wrong with it when you both are in agreement and you both know what it is and you both know ain't no strings attached. Hey, I can feel that. I can feel that, Jag. I can feel y'all on that. That's what's up.
What about nothing?
Cause Orlando, like, wait a minute. Pause. Look at his face. Oh my God, yo. The first time I watched his interview, I didn't see his facial expression. He looking like, wait a minute. If you supposed to be my mama, I ain't about to get down with y'all like that. Oh, this is hilarious.
I like word. Trust me, that nigga
I mean, I got okay. Give me some Casamigo. We'll talk about it. A little bit of Casamigo. It's all right. Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry about it. We be all right. Don't worry about nothing. I know, because you know we just got to get to this birthday party. We got to figure out what's going on. Yeah, we got to figure it out.
Are you really my son?
If you have to ask, then I mean, I don't have the same nose slant that you have.
I need you to go fuck my husband up.
No, I can't. Oh no. Listen, don't be look. Just because you are my mama, don't mean I get to get in your fights and shit. You got to just. Yeah, you got to handle some shit now. I mean, yeah, just because you my mama, don't mean I'm about to get killed.
I got a side joke.
I just realized even what he said, because he's like, you're not finna have that nigga putting hands on me because I come and play with y'all. Oh, I ain't even mad at you, Orlando, because I'm gonna tell y'all from experience, when you play with couples and that other person likes you more than they like they other half, it causes issues. And see, me being a Scorpio and a tantric Scorpio, they are always going to like me better than you because we rule the genitals and we know what to do, and your body tells me where to go, and yeah, you will crave me. I understand exactly what Orlando's saying. Don't get me killed fucking with y'all.
Down on the way.
Okay. All right. Well, shit. Don't worry about nothing.
I got people to handle my light work.
Okay.
I mean, I got okay.
Wait, she said I got a side John on the way. I got people to handle my light work. I know exactly what Jag is saying. See, that's why she said when she jumped in my Sunday Night Live that she knew about the shit that I was on, and I'm pretty sure she does know the guy I was talking about that was running the BDSM parties. The older one that's impotent, because yeah, Jag about that life. I ain't even mad at it.
Give me some Casamigo, we'll talk about it. A little bit of Casamigo, we're gonna have to talk about it. We're gonna
talk about it over a meal.
Oh, man.
That part. We're gonna talk about it over a meal.
I got 3 questions to ask.
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and it's two part for 3. Okay. French toast or pancakes?
Pancakes and
banana pancakes.
Oh, banana pancakes.
Banana pancakes.
I'll do the banana pancakes because I never tried them in the rack. We talk about them all the time.
I make mean banana crepes too. Now,
I bet.
Scrambled eggs or fried eggs?
I gotta do fried eggs because that should be loose.
Okay.
Oh my God. They are talking in code, yo. They are talking in code, yo. Oh, this is too hilarious. He said, because that should be loose. Okay, I don't know if y'all are catching, maybe y'all are not catching what they're saying. Because I'm up here like, oh, pancakes or French toast, and I realize what the fuck they talking about. They are not talking about food. I would just leave it at that.
Now this is important. 7-Up cake or peach cobbler?
I'm gonna say 7-Up cake.
Well, that's great because it's medicated and it's gonna get you high off your ass. Joaquin, you remember that medicated 7-Up cake and that peach cobbler?
See, she just switched it back to food, but the pancakes and I make a mean banana crepe. Hey, y'all. Hey, I'm just saying, Jag, I am picking up what you putting down, sis. I'm picking up what you putting down. But like dead ass, I've made infused peach cobbler. I've made infused sweet potato pie. I've made infused cakes. I've made infused nachos. Like, yeah, and that shit sneaks up on you. The next thing you know, you all in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th dimension.
That cobbler takes niggas to Napsville. I'm gonna tell you, they eat that shit.
Jag, if you see this live, I'm gonna need to try your infused foods because I want to see if they are as strong as mine. I really want to see.
And they be like, oh yeah.
Yeah, see, I be on that treadmill. I fuck around, eat that peach cobbler, you know what I'm saying, and be thinking that it's pussy and shit. And I, go right to sleep.
I have heard
Yeah.
my food rivals. I might make you like a little medicated fake pussy.
And let me eat it. Yeah.
I can make a vagina and I just put the THC on it and have you a little cup of watermelon CBD lemonade.
No.
With the vagina. With the vagina dessert.
Hey, it's delicious.
The vagina dessert. Yes, vagina.
Oh
Medicated.
Okay, I'm with it. Some medicated vagina.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Talk to me. I can dig it. Yeah.
Listen to me. I'm a good time. I can be a hard time or I can be a good time. And guess what? If you're lucky, you'll get both at the same time.
Well, okay. Okay.
I'm okay. We were drinking on that Jaguar.
Oh my God, yo, Jag is a whole entire freak. Oh my God, bro. This shit is hilarious. And I can tell Jag she probably is on an edible right now. I can definitely feel that shit. That is hilarious. Jag, I'm gonna have to come to one of your events. I need to try your medicated food. I want to see this Jag, the goofy ass, silly, goofy Jag.
Yeah, get her one step.
Did you show all that? Wait, baby, they found the bottle. They got me in the bottle. Look at it here. You see this? It's that Jaguar.
Oh yeah. I seen that and I ran. Yeah. I ran from the Jaguar. I ran from it.
You see it? I'ma just rub it, and then the genie gonna pop out.
Yeah, I was we had that Crown Royal over.
Oh my God, Jag nasty as hell. She said, I'm a rub it and the genie pops out. Okay, so I told y'all that my channel's raw and uncensored and we all grow. To those, hey, if it makes you uncomfortable, it makes you uncomfortable. I said I'm bisexual. So, and men know this too. If you rub a lady's nether regions, our pearl, I guess that's the best way to say it, swells up very much so. Just like the head of the eggplant fills with blood, so does our pearl. So if you rub it enough, it will pop out. Jag nasty as hell. And I thought my Scorpio ass was nasty. She nasty as hell, and I love it. That is hilarious. Because even the way she was rubbing it is how you rub the pearl. That is funny as fuck.
Over there in that bitch, boy, I was.
Oh, honey, you was drinking Crown without me.
Yeah, yeah. Had a little bit of Crown, just a little bit, not too much without you now.
Without you.
Yeah, you sitting over there. You sitting over there with Drake and them boys.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now. Did you say Drake?
Yeah, my boy.
You know what it is that every time I hear Drake, all I think of is Aubrey.
Aubrey Graham, my boy, Aubrey.
All I hear is Aubrey.
Aubrey.
You want to know what's funny? Do you remember Aubrey's album, The Nothing Was the Same? It was the boy and the man, and it was the painting.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the pound cake album and all that. Yeah.
No, that's my cousin that painted that.
He painted the picture?
Yeah.
Oh,
My
whoa.
See, since you my son, that's your family. We got to get him to paint a picture of you. You know, it's so beautiful. Because if you go down to Marvin's room in LA, my cousin Kadir painted that as well. And he also painted the mural of Michael Jackson's life. But what I'm loving about what Kadir is doing is he's been painting pictures of truth. And the last big picture of truth that he painted, it went in the Smithsonian in Washington. It was a very odd time. It was 2018. Oprah Winfrey walked the picture of Henrietta Lacks that my cousin Kadir painted into the Smithsonian, and my son was dead 5 days later. My family has that huge moment. And then my son died. And then me and my cousin Kadir sitting in the loft downtown LA, crying for his accomplishment and for our loss. He should paint you.
Yeah, he should. He could. He definitely.
You are the symbol of truth. And whether you know it or not, you're an ark. Because all of the secrets of all of the children that were affected, like you were affected, they live in you. I listen to you warn the children every day. When you speak, I listen to the things you say. I love your breadcrumb trails.
You know what? I love let me tell you something. I love the fact that you actually Diddy and you acting like you not on these niggas. Yeah. I love the fact that you popping your shit so smooth and you'll never be caught because you didn't do shit. I love the fact that niggas can't really touch you only because they made the deal with you based off of the fact that they did some things that we recorded and we got their ass. So don't worry about shit.
And that right there is why so many people in this industry are being silent. Everybody keeps saying, why Jay-Z trying to sue everybody but Jaguar? Because she got receipts on his ass. Same way she got receipts on Diddy. Again, they had cameras. And that's something I know to be true, even from my own experience in the lifestyle parties. Shit's recorded. It always is. And yeah, they might have people to sign NDAs or whatever. But being in as deep as she was, performing as an actual dominatrix, and the women that were sex workers having body cams and stuff, that's the exact reason why they will not directly come for Jaguar, because they already know if they do, all she has to do is release that footage and they're done with. Whole livelihood, whole brands, whole families, everything gone. That's the real reason they will not directly come for her. Because they know, like what Orlando just said, because we recorded, yeah, they know what it is.
Moms, I always say, if you don't want to be a part of my story, don't work so hard to be a part of my motherfucking story. If you don't want me talking about you, don't do shit with me.
Motherfucker!
These pussies is mad because they thought I was high and they thought I was drunk. I sitting up in there faking high. I know how to fake high. I'm an actress, goddamn it.
Tell them, Mom.
I know what the fuck I'm doing. You should have seen me over there at Alan Thicke house with Naomi Campbell coming through.
Yeah, I had been hearing shit about Alan Thicke like over a decade ago. there was different people in the industry exposing Alan Thicke, which is Robin Thicke's father. They say he's just as bad as Epstein. He's just gotten away with it because of the alliances that he's had that have covered for him because they all participated together. But it is said that Alan Thicke not only went to the parties, but most definitely allegedly participated in the transfer of young girls as well.
Picking out her new victims for Epstein Island.
Right.
It was a goddamn mess.
It was the goddamn man.
You know Alan Thicke. That motherfucker was strange. Running around, grabbing bitches' pussies and checking they and stealing their eyes.
Well, y'all know that Alan Thicke and Trump are friends. So that whole grabbing women's privates is something that is common amongst those types of disgusting men.
At the same time. Like you ever seen a motherfucker walk up on a nigga talking about ooh, and then going through their fucking shit, looking for their fucking passport. So when you get on that plane to go to Epstein Island, your ass can't leave. Fucking gatekeeper. Yep. Gatekeeper lost pussy. Alan Thicke. And Naomi would come over there. That was the first time I seen her pussy. I swear to God, I didn't even want to see Naomi pussy. I did it. I didn't want to see Paris Hilton pussy either. But I seen it at the studio. Had it up on the screen.
It's terrible.
So let me tell you how I go.
That is terrible.
So I'm sitting there at the Alan Thicke party. I came with Jimmy. You remember Jimmy from New America that worked for Andre Harrell before they made him have a heart attack and had Russell Lyons saying that he died from a bad diet. Fucking piece of shit. The reason why is because he didn't drink enough lemongrass. Fuck you, bitch. Get down to say bullshit. You was fucking tapping in the Key Morris themselves before she was a full embryo. Don't play. We know what it is. But my thing is,
that's
right?
terrible.
So all these motherfuckers running around fucking with kids.
Even though the way she's saying it is hilarious, like this is my first time really hearing the raw, unfiltered Philly in Jag. Even though the way she's saying it is hilarious, it's actually quite diabolical. I mean, it's funny how she's saying it, but it's not funny what actually happened.
Doing all this shit. And they do it out in the open. I think the thing that people really have a hard time understanding about the life that we come from, because I'm a little older than you. I came before you, but me and you seen the same things. The shit that fucked me up is they think that this world out here consuming all this shit is the real world, and it's not. It's the fake world. You and I live in the real world. And that's why they have such a hard time getting it, because they hear us say.
And you know what's so crazy is any man I've dated that was in the military and or deep in the industry have said the same thing. Like there's the civilian world and then there's the inside world where shit really goes down. And this dude I dated, what year was it? It was 2017 because it was not too long after my dad died. No, yeah, it was 2017. He was in the military and he told me, he said, y'all civilians have no idea what really goes on behind closed doors that we truly protect y'all from. And he was in the actual military and said, even in the industries, he said in the entertainment industry and in the music industry, the world that they have, if y'all knew what was really going on, y'all would hate every single artist, actress, and actor that you idolize if you really knew what they did behind closed doors. He said, and those things that they do behind closed doors, we as the military protect y'all from it. And that blew me away. And he, because like people that know, they have to talk in code, because they're always being monitored and watched and recorded, even in their own homes. And there would be times that he would have to unplug every device in his apartment to like tell me real shit, just so that they couldn't be, because they tap everything. They track everything. And he was like, the world y'all live in is the fake world that we create so that y'all don't panic. If you really knew what was really going on, every last one of y'all would lose your minds. For real.
They all this wild shit. And they like, oh my God, that's so wild. But it's really not. Because this shit is happening every fucking day. This shit is going on all the fucking time. And because we got behind the velvet rope, we got to see how the real world operates. And they get to live in their delusions that it's all entertainment.
Right.
So I just want to say this one thing to you. Wait a minute. I want to play you a song. Can I play him a song? You ain't got to worry about copyright because it's my music.
Play it.
Play it. Like it's original. Let me go up in here. I wrote a song. And let's make sure.
And see, I don't know if I can play that, even though it's her music, because this is still technically their content. I'm going to skip past it.
All right, so listen, you asked my opinion. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly is gonna go this way.
But that's why I put the title of the video in the. Is this still showing? Yeah, in the comment. That way, if y'all want to listen to it, outside of my live review, y'all can listen to it.
I feel like you wrote a lot for Jill Scott. I feel like you wrote a lot for Angie Stone. I feel like you wrote a lot of records for a lot of our, especially NDRE. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you actually.
I'm so glad that he said that, because Jag literally is a blend of all those women. Like when I hear her sing, I hear the essence of India. I hear the essence of Jill. I hear the essence of Angie Stone. I even hear the essence of Erica. I hear the essence of every woman from her generation that has not given her flowers. Because I can honestly say, and I've always followed the artists that I really love. I've never heard any of these women publicly acknowledge that Jaguar Wright wrote music for them. Not once. But they all went on to become these very, just like she's famous. They all went on to become very famous and successful. The majority of artists that you listen to don't write their own music. They have other people that write their music and they just sing it and, put it out there. Me, myself, personally, every song of mine I have actually written. But again, shout out to Jag for that, for real, because just like pull Jaguar Wright up. Just like literally pull her up and pull up her soundtracks from the early 2000s till now. I mean, because even though Vlad said that fucking bullshit, Jaguar has produced music since after 2001 when he was being a whole entire dick. That was just when she was really popping with Jay-Z, but she's had her own albums and her own music that she's put out since then.
You did that for them, and I feel like, you know what I'm saying, not that they don't give a fuck, but necessarily like they don't actually respect the fact that you're a doper artist.
And that, I'm so glad he said that. See, the first time I watched this, I didn't hear that. He's right. She is. The reason she's a better artist is because of her ability to write, her ability to actually create and innovate content and music. And it's music that doesn't sound anything like the bullshit that they play today. It's actual good music. But the fact that she can create that off the dome, like she can create it in a way to where they can sing it really well, but can they create it? I don't think so.
What was meant to be erased because you couldn't keep up with it.
Okay, there you go. Connect the dots, because that makes all the sense in the world. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they owe you way more.
make sure that the guys send you this record tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what would make me happy is if you would be the principal in the video.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you are the symbol of surviving this motherfucking game.
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever you need, whatever you need from me.
But you
whatever you need from me, you got it.
I need you to be the star of the video for that song.
Whatever, yes, ma'am. Done deal.
And I would like it if you would help write the treatment.
Yes, ma'am. Done deal.
I think this treatment should be written by someone that has survived what they have put on us.
Because that's what, like I said, when y'all go back, the timestamp, I'll put that in the comments. The timestamp, I think, is like 1 hour, 35 minutes. Jag song. Just go back and watch it, on your own time. Because the song that she played, that she wrote, is in fact about surviving the abuse of the industry. And that's why, like I said, this collaboration is everything. It's everything to the survival of not just Jaguar Wright, not just Orlando Brown, but all the millions and millions of others who have and probably still are going through what they've been through. And actually, no, it's not. That's the whole, let me go back. That is actually the timestamp of the whole video. The part where she played the song, I'll say maybe it was at the 32 mark. Jag song. Because like I said, I'm still learning about, everything when it comes to content, and I don't want to get a copyright strike for playing her song since it's technically on their platform, but you can definitely go back offline and listen to it.
I don't think this song could be properly R-rated without someone who has suffered and survived.
Yes, ma'am. You totally got it. Whatever you need from me. I'm not, you don't have to give me no money. I just want to work with you. We got it. Don't worry about nothing.
Well,
and that's when you know it's real. When a person says, look, I got you. You ain't even got to pay me. I just want to help you just because, and I've done that for people, for several. I've helped people's brands and marketed and edited and promoted and never asked for a dime just because I believe in what they do. And unfortunately, some people didn't appreciate that, So I love to see two melanin people genuinely supporting one another who have both been through the same types of traumas in the same industry, just in different genres of the industry. Orlando being the entertainment acting side, and Jag being the music industry, but also acting. They know what really goes on behind closed doors. And for them both to have survived it and to be speaking their truth to help save other people is nothing more than, strength and resiliency. It really is a resilient thing to have gone through what they've gone through and still be able to sit on this platform and laugh and joke and smile. And I just looked at this. This is genuine love here. Genuine love here. And I really feel like they're actually helping each other heal. I feel like Orlando's able to help bridge the gap in her grieving, losing her son. And she's able to be that like big sister / mother figure / best friend for him. She can help him heal from the trauma he's endured, and he can help her heal from the trauma she's endured. And it's a trauma bond that brings about healing instead of a trauma bond that brings about, two people destroying each other, like we unfortunately are seeing with Erica Mena and Safari.
My daddy always used to say, when you're the talent, you are the money, and money don't worry about itself.
There you go.
I'm sure it will be made. I'm more interested in making.
I absolutely love how she said that. That completely resonated with me even earlier today when I was going through some things and some challenges popped up. I actually heard Jaguar say that in my spirit when I was frustrated with the situation that popped up earlier this afternoon. I heard her say, stop worrying about the money, become the money. You are that, meaning you eliminate that lack mentality and you just embrace that everything you are, every talent you have is going to bring forth that what you need and desire. And that's when it goes into, we create our own reality, which we absolutely do. Shout out to Big Red. We absolutely do. What you focus on is what you give your power to. So, there's people that I love that I want them to learn this. Even if you don't have any money right now, never speak poverty and lack over yourself. Never say you're broke or I don't have enough. Start speaking into existence, even in those circumstances. I have more than enough of everything I need because I deserve it. Prosperity and abundance aligns with me. I am abundance. I am prosperity. I am wealth. I am good health. Just like I talked about on my live earlier, I've been diagnosed with all types of chronic conditions and still deal with it because that is part of my journey, my fight to be able to show how to heal, and overcome these things. And some of these are actual generational curses, but guess what? I can still overcome it and I'm still healthy because I know I deserve that. I'm wealthy because I know I deserve that. Even if I might not have $1 to my name, nobody else has to know that. I'm wealthy, I'm healthy, I'm abundant. Those are the things you start speaking over your life and you believe that you deserve it. You see yourself having it, you see yourself becoming it, and the next thing you know, the universe aligns and it brings it to you. So again, what you focus on is what you give your power to. If you're constantly focused on everything in my life is so bad or everything is going to just be horrible, well, then guess what? You're going to manifest that. You're going to manifest your life being horrible. You're going to manifest everything being bad. But if you start speaking, I am abundance, that's why I'm always putting that on my Instagram. And I put I am in capital letters to represent the Most High's energy within me that I walk in. I am abundance. I am love. I am healing. I am peace. I am prosperity. Start speaking those things into existence, those things that are not as though they are. Start seeing yourself having it. And then next thing you know, you will.
In history and getting history right with you.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. And I'll be on my way. Look, I'll be on my way. All you gotta do is finish up your interview. Let me stop bombarding on your interview. Finish up your interview and call me. Yeah, y'all call me. Y'all call me back when she done. When she done with the interview, I'm gonna let y'all finish.
My number. If you ever need me, even if it's just to pray at any time of the day, call me.
That's the thing I love about Jag. When she said that, that's what I'd be telling, the few people that I consider close to me. If you need me, especially if you just need a sounding board, if you just need me to pray for you, if you just need me to listen, especially if you're really, really going through it. Like one of my homeboys is dealing with finding out his mom has cancer, and it broke my heart, to find that out. And I was like, yo, if you need me just to cry, to vent, to pray, I'm here. That's when a person has a genuine soul, when they can put what they have going on in the back burner to be there for you. I don't understand how people can look at Jaguar and say so many negative things. When I look at her, I see a person who has been through trauma, but yet still has had the strength and resiliency to overcome it and be there for other people. That's when you see like she has a genuine heart. And that's why I fucks with Jack, because she really is a real one. You know what I'm saying? And she ain't pretending, she ain't putting on, she just being her real authentic self, and I love it.
Yes, ma'am. I got you, mama.
Love you.
And then on top of that, Jag's an empath. She's an empath clairvoyant. So she feels other people's pain. Like that's why she's getting emotional, because she feels everything Orlando's been through. You know, empaths, we feel feelings. So if you come in my presence in person and you're going through something, I'm going to feel it. I'm going to feel it just as intensely as you do. That's why sometimes when I pray for people, I will start to channel their energy. The tears I'm feeling are actually theirs. The pain I'm feeling is actually theirs. The heaviness I'm feeling is actually theirs. And so I will send them healing energy to lift that up off of them. Because that's really what we're supposed to do anyway, especially as a high vibrational.
I love you more. Don't worry about nothing.
And from in here.
I love you with all my heart. You know it.
I want to thank you for your strength, because I know there are so many children in Hollywood that use your example on how to survive.
Right.
God bless you.
Oh, God bless you. Don't cry, mama. I got you. I love you. Hey, y'all, thank you for letting me bombard for a little bit. I love you, mama. Don't cry. I'm going to see you in a minute, okay?
Next
I'll
time
see you
you
in a
see me,
minute,
I'm going to
mama.
have an apron on and I'll be serving you food.
Yes, ma'am, mama. I'll see you in a minute. I got you. Don't make my mama cry, cuz on Paru.
On Paru.
All right, man.
Because he's sitting there crying too. The boy is a fool.
Hey, here's to you, mama. I love you. Have a great rest of your interview, okay?
God, listen to me, this to you. We see
Hey! That's some of that Jaguar. All right, well, I'm there, baby. All right, have a good one. I love you.
I start chugging.
All right, bye.
Don't know when I get into my college moments, I start doing dumb shit.
Don't worry, that's the birthday party. That's the birthday party. I'm out. Don't say.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. If you see me throwing up, I'm gonna have real long braids. Just hold my hair back.
I got you. I got you. I got you. I love you. I'll catch you in the bed. All right now.
And I want to tell you something. Fuck everybody that does not give a shit. Because when you got big motherfuckers that give a shit about you, that's all that matters. You are our hero, and I love you.
Come on, man.
God bless you.
God bless Orlando. Man. Oh, man.
Yeah, he's Orlando. If y'all haven't, just look up Orlando Brown's interviews from 5 years ago. Look up his interviews from 2 years ago. He has been through things I cannot imagine. I mean, he has been through things that are much worse than what people know. And you know, for a while, I remember like when he was on meth and stuff, and it really broke my heart. And I was like, dang, they really fucked him up. But then when he started to share the things that were done to him as a boy, you know, as a young child, as a young teenager, it made sense why he went down that path. It really did. And so, I mean, even now, I send healing to Orlando. And I really wish people would learn to have compassion when you see that a person is hurting. It's not to say that it's right if they become a drug addict. It's not to say that it's right if they become an alcoholic, but I can understand it. Because I definitely became an alcoholic after my dad died. I definitely became an alcoholic when Elissa died. And it was me losing the 5th baby that I didn't know that I was carrying that ended the alcoholism, because I was drinking to numb the pain of the loss of my father. That was, at the time, that was my coping mechanism. Because if I drank, temporarily I felt happy and it numbed the pain. But the problem with alcohol, the reason they called it spirits, is because it brings about different energies within you. And alcohol, it's, while it's a suppressant, it lowers your vibrations when you abuse it. Meaning, like now I'm a social drinker. If I go out, I might have 1 or 2 drinks and that's it, because my alcohol tolerance isn't the same anymore. But I used to drink like 2 bottles a day. Like literally, that was how I dealt. Like I drank pretty much starting at 5 until I fell asleep. And that was how I fell asleep. And my doctor had said that that also contributed to increasing and intensifying the nerve damage that I now have in my hands and spine. And so I felt a sense of guilt when I lost the baby I didn't know I was carrying, because I was drinking all the time. It took therapy and counseling for me to get over that. I felt like I caused my miscarriage, because if I would have known I was pregnant, I wouldn't have been drinking. I've never done that. Like the times I knew I was pregnant, I stopped drinking and everything. I stopped smoking weed, all of that. So, when before you condemn and judge a person, understand what may have led to them going down that road, just like women who are survivors of SA, who become prostitutes, who become, sex workers. It's because they have been conditioned that that's where their self-worth lies, that that's all they're worthy of, is giving their bodies away. So, I look at Orlando and I'm in total agreement with Jag. The things that he has survived, I thank God he's even still alive, because most people would have attempted to unalive themselves with what he's been through. And it takes so much strength to keep going. It really does.
And that's amazing. Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, I knew to wear glasses today.
Oh.
I got them off of Epstein Island. I cannot say where they are in the world. What I can say is when they got into the boat, they were roughed.
That's a little weird if they play the intro in the middle of the interview.
You just did, I would say, what we would think is unthinkable. 2 million views within a couple of days. 1 million view on part 2. 1 million view on part 3. The Real Life Street Stars interview, back on the blue couch. You killed it. And, thank you first and foremost, because, only you could do such things on this couch to make us anonymous. But we have to work our way through kind of a little bit of a recap of what the interview was. And the first thing at the end, let's work forward, is you went live today on your own Instagram to address one Christopher Williams, who he said, man, what Jaguar talking about?
No, he said I was a crackhead.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. He did say that.
And a lot of people have said that, including Tasha TKO Opioid, who... How is a crackhead and a pillhead going to call somebody else a crackhead? I'm just saying. How is a woman who has publicly said that she has been a drug addict for years going to try to come for Jaguar simply because she's speaking her truth? And because, I'll say this is my opinion, Tasha TK Opioid is very much a hater. And that's why I stopped watching her content a couple of years ago and unsubscribed. Because every time I turned around, it's like she picks the people who are more successful than her, and instead of uplifting them, she goes out of her way to tear them down, including Storm Monroe. And as we all see, as Storm has rose, she has fallen terribly. And even the whole situation with Cardi B, like, bitch, you lost the case and still kept talking shit. Like, literally, just don't know how to shut the fuck up. Still, and to this day, still talks shit. And I can remember when she told Storm that he wasn't going to be nothing, and now Storm is doing way better than her. You know, and even that video I posted, what was it, a year and a half ago, of her going the fuck off on Storm and, you know, saying that he was using her for clout. Like, don't nobody need you for clout, because ain't nobody checking for you, Tasha. But you come for everybody. And it was TK Opioid that put the rumor out that Jaguar Wright was a crackhead after asking Jaguar to come on her show. I'm just saying, the shit is crazy, bro. Like, haters really, when people see that you are better at something that they're supposed to be good at, they will go out of their way to try to drag you or make you, you know, look like you are exactly who the fuck they really are.
And this is all I have to say to that. Somebody go get me a cup. I'll piss in it right now, right here on camera. And I guarantee you the only thing you'll find in my urine is alcohol and THC. That's all I do. I am a retired drug dealer. Never get high on your own supply.
Everybody knows that shit, for real.
10 crack commandments. I remember when the song came out. I don't do meth. I don't do coke. I don't do heroin. I sold that. More importantly than that, my father was a drug and alcoholics counselor, a retired addict himself. I knew everything about drugs by the age of 7. My father used to sweat out heroin addicts in our basement. See, I thought it was crazy when I was young. But as an adult, I understood why my father brought his work home with him. Because he wanted us to see where the shit ended. So we wouldn't want to begin. See, when you see a motherfucking grown-ass man, 6'7", 267 pounds strong, crying like a fucking baby having fucking heroin withdrawals.
And that shit is real. Like that shit is really real. I've had friends that, I mean, hell, even in high school and college years, I've had friends that chose to do meth and coke and heroin and all that shit. And I saw how it destroyed them. And of course, I've worked with them working in the restaurant industry, because, you know, restaurants don't drug test. So they're full of addicts. And the closest I ever came to that was when I used to fuck with XOs, which started when I was introduced to the lifestyle. Because the female that brought me into that, she was heavy into XOs, and that was the thing that everybody was doing at the parties, either XOs or perks or Molly. That just was what was being passed around all the time. And I had started messing with those because of the environment. Literally, it was like, you know, that's what everybody does. It's how it lowers your inhibitions and, you know, all this other stuff. And I can remember one time, and hell, I didn't know no better, because all I've ever done was drink and smoke weed. I've never done anything else. and I had took a double stack blue, and nobody had told me what a double stack blue was. And I started having these symptoms, and me being a person who deals with Graves already causes heart palpitations. With the thing about Graves is that it can cause your entire respiratory system to collapse. It can cause you to have a heart attack or a stroke in your 30s and 40s. And it gives you angina attacks too. So it already fucks with your heart and your respiratory system and, your central nervous system. And I didn't know any better. And so um, somebody had passed me XO, a regular XO. Then they had passed me a double stack blue. And because I wasn't feeling the regular one, I took the double stack blue. And that was the night I almost went into cardiac arrest. Like, I'm not even joking. And my homegirl ended up telling me later, oh, the double stack blues are cut with heroin. I was like, what the fuck? I said, bitch, why would you give me this shit? Especially if you knew that's what the fuck was in it. Like, why would you even give that to me? I don't fuck with that shit. Cause I started feeling weird as hell. And then I started having like a real ass panic attack, which can also happen from Graves, but it was like intense. And I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. And I was sweating profusely and I could not catch my breath. My heart was not catching rhythm. I literally felt like I was ODing, like I was about to, my life was I was finna be out of here. It was the worst feeling I have ever had in my life. And I remember her crying and holding me and being like, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. She was like, I was jealous because you was getting more attention than me. And I was like, nigga, so you intentionally gave me this shit knowing it would fuck with me? See, shit like that as a Scorpio, that's the type of shit I would never do. And that's the reason why with Scorpios, why we cut people to fuck off. It's not because we hold a grudge, it's because I would never do that shit to you. We're very loyal. Contrary to what people say, Scorpios are extremely loyal. Like if you are a friend, if you somebody we love, we fuck with you all the way. And I was just like, why would you give me this shit? And you know the condition that I got. And her first reaction, because she was still under the influence, well, you the one that decided. I said, she like, you should have researched. Nah, bitch, you shouldn't have gave me that shit. And when I tell y'all, the sweats and the shakes and just all, I was like, I could not imagine being an actual heroin addict and going through this every day. And when she was holding me and crying, she was like, I'm finna take you to the hospital. And I was like, do whatever, because I don't want to die. And I really felt like I was about to die for real. And I was praying like, Lord, please just don't let me die. I swear I'll never, ever take one of these ever again. I'm not going to these parties no more. I'm not messing with none of this. And she had felt so guilty. And luckily, it got out of my system. And, my heart did start catching rhythm. And it was horrible. It was so horrible. And then I was throwing up. It was just the worst thing ever. And I was like, Lord, I thank you for preserving me to never become an actual addict, and I was on my way there. That's why, like, when I tell y'all the stuff Jag be talking about resonates, as far as what she experienced and how at them parties or freak offs, how they slide, trays in the room. That shit really be happening. Even at the civilian swinger parties and shit, they be passing that shit around. Everybody take one so we can all get loose. And it just got to the point where I was like, I don't want to become an addict to this. Because any addiction is not good. Doesn't matter if it's alcohol, if it's pills, if it's sex, if it's pornography, whatever. That was the worst experience I have ever had with any, even like because some pharmaceutical pills can get you fucked up too, real bad. That was the worst experience I ever had in my life, and I shit you not. And we had just went and picked up. I said, I'm about to flush these all down the toilet. She like, well, don't flush down the toilet and give them to me. I can flip them. I'm like, I don't care. I said, I don't want no parts of this shit ever again. And I never did it again. And I stopped going to them parties. That was it. That night was the night I stopped going to them damn lifestyle parties. And after that is when I explored into the BDSM lifestyle with just like, an intimate group that I was comfortable with. And even there, they was passing that shit around. I was like, hell nah. I said, after I almost died, fucking around with somebody who I thought cared about me, giving me some bullshit they knew was going to get me fucked up. I was like, I'm not messing with none of that. So like hearing her talk about, these grown men going through the withdrawals and crying, man, when I tell y'all I went through that shit that night, that was the worst feeling ever. I can't even thank God enough for keeping me through all of that. For real, for real. And that I never did go on, because a lot of people that I know that were active in them parties and that lifestyle, some of them to this day really are addicts. Like they can't go a day without popping them pills. They can't go a day without having to have that feeling. And when you do come down off of that shit, it does make you like real angry and aggressive. And so it's like, even to this day, like it's a permanent thing where it alters you permanently. And you've got to get to a place of healing within yourself to make sure, hey, if you decide to stop messing with some stuff, don't even be around it. Don't even be around people that fucks with it, because just that energy can pull you back into wanting to be back in that environment and in that lifestyle, and it's not healthy. And I know that there's people that I know personally who still, do their thing, and I ain't judging y'all, but for me, hell nah. No. Because see, the thing about CBD and THC is it does not make you aggressive or angry. There's no withdrawals. It makes you hungry, happy, sleepy. And that's it. And it's natural and it's from the earth. It's not chemically altered unless people choose to chemically alter it or add stuff to it. And yeah, like I said, when I heard her talking about this the first time, it made me thank God. Like, Lord, thank you for bringing me through that, because for real, I was going to die that night. I ain't even going to front. Like, and I knew it. I felt it. And I was like, Lord, please I don't even want it. Just let me get through this. And I'll never forget that, like her holding me and crying and feeling guilty. And she's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have did this. And I'm like, bruh. I mean, and pretty much after that, I really, like, we weren't really friends no more. But that shit is crazy, bruh. Like, it's because there's so many people that get on this stuff and they can't get off of it. And they end up like a lot of these homeless people I be seeing out in the streets, out their mind, because they didn't have nobody to help them.
At the age of 5, it becomes very clear that's not the shit you want to do.
Right.
When your father goes into a crack house with a 45 in one hand and a Bible in the other, and walks out with them both with blood on them, with your god sister in her arms, because he had to beat the nigga that was raping her off of her, because her mama sold her to get high for the money.
Y'all hear that? The mama sold the daughter because she was so out of her mind and she just wanted to feel that high again. She sold her own baby girl at 10. I got a niece that's 10. She's my whole heart. Do anything to protect her. The thought of someone doing that to her would completely enrage me. And I just cannot understand, and I thank God I can't understand it, a mother being so far gone on drugs that she sells her baby girl to men that she knows are going to hurt her and violate her. That's why I was saying on my afternoon live, when it got to this part, it really hurt my soul to even hear this story, you know, because once a person's an addict, they don't have a conscience anymore. They will literally do anything to feel that high again. I remember when my friends, well, I won't say friends, it was one friend in particular, well, actually two, because I found out the other one was doing it with her. But I remember one of my high school homegirls had told me some years, she had admitted some years after we graduated that, you know, meth was her choice of drug whenever she chose to indulge. And she said every 3 to 5 years, it calls out to me. She said, and I have to feel that high again. And it broke my heart to hear her say that because she has kids. And at the time she was pregnant. And she's like, I'm beating my head against the wall until my nose bleeds because my baby dad won't leave me alone. Come to find out he was on crack. Stuff like that is why I've never done any of that. Because I've seen what it does to people. And like smoking weed, of course, you know, first time you smoke, you feel this euphoric high, and edibles, of course, you know, get you to a higher state, but it doesn't make you violent. It doesn't make you crazy. It doesn't make you want to go out and violate people and kill people and rob people or any of that. It just calms your energy. And honestly, even can help you get to a higher meditative state. But to hear that a mother, I think about, I've lost 5 babies to miscarriage. So my oldest sister's kids are the closest to children because, you know, I've been in their lives since she was pregnant with them. To think of anybody hurting my babies, because that's what I call them, and one of them is fully grown. I can't imagine that. I can't. I just can't imagine that. I can't imagine selling your own flesh and blood just to get a hit, just to feel high again. It's so sad. It's sad for the mother, but it's even more sad for the girl because for that to have happened to her at 10, she's damaged for life. And no amount of therapy and life coach will erase the memories. It can help her cope, but it won't erase the memories. And usually what happens is they end up going into prostitution because they have such a low sense of self-worth that my mother didn't want me. So she sold me as a piece of property to a man that she knew would hurt me over and over. And if it wasn't for Jaguar's dad, ain't no telling if that little girl even would have survived. They might have unalived her, R-wording her. See, people don't think about stuff like that when you've never experienced someone forcing themselves on you. You don't quite understand the mental damage, not just physical, the mental and emotional damage that it does to a person. And whoever that young lady is, if she is still alive, that Jaguar's talking about, I send you healing, my love, because, you know, we've all been through stuff, but that's unimaginable. And all I can think about are my nieces, you know. That person, they wouldn't be allowed to draw breath anymore. You don't deserve that. Because only a monster would do that to a child. It's absolutely horrible.
Like, I had to sit with my god sister when my dad had to literally beat a nigga off of her from being raped. We were the same age, and she looked so much older than me. We were 10 years old. Her body was 10, but her eyes was 80. She looked so old to me. The nigga that I had to shoot to stop him from raping her. Clean shoot. See, I know what drugs do. And I know what people will do for drugs. To accuse me of being an addict, whether you're accusing me of being a meth head or a crackhead or a cokehead or whatever it is, it's insane. I save people from drugs. Just like I save people from sex traffickers. I save people. I wonder how many people are going to be saved after my 2C tutorial.
Come on. Come on. It's crazy.
Like, y'all motherfuckers don't like the way I say shit. But it's effective. It saves lives.
And that right there is why I send her the positive energy and why I commend her. Because everybody else that is talking shit about Jag, how many young women have you saved from being trafficked? Tasha TKO opioid. How many women have you saved from being raped? How many children have you saved from being trafficked? How many women have you saved from Epstein Island? How many women have you saved from the Diddy freak-offs? And allegedly from Jay-Z and all these other nasty motherfuckers in this industry. How many people have you saved? Because see, for her to say she went from selling drugs to rescuing people from addicts, now people can judge her for her choice of career at that time, but I mean, I know quite a few people in real life that's about that life right now to this day. And they know that it destroys people, but hey, they hitting licks and they getting money, so they don't care. They don't care about how it affects you. They just want to make money off of you. So, like I said, it's always the motherfuckers that ain't doing shit that are talking shit about those who are actually doing the work. Because ain't no way her seeing what she's seen and then going and rescuing people could ever translate to, oh, well, yeah, because see, here's the thing I also had to realize, even with me. Graves' disease causes my estrogen and testosterone hormones to constantly fluctuate. And I had to talk with my therapist about this, because when people fuck with me too much and I become enraged, I go the fuck off. Like, I go all the way off. And I didn't know that I was also suffering from PTSD behind being abused, growing up in an abusive environment, being abused, and then going through the sexual abuse, the rape and molestation, and then the car accidents that I had. They said, yeah, that's all PTSD. So, and that's what I see on Jag when she goes into that going off. It's because of trauma. So in situations where people have disrespected me, betrayed me, lied on me, yelled at me, made me feel horrible, and then I go off, and then being a Scorpio on top of that, then it's like, oh, you're crazy. No, you have to really keep fucking with me for me to go off. And then when I do go off, then you want to act like a motherfucker's crazy when I told you to leave me the fuck alone or give me space because I can feel myself about to go off because you pissing me the fuck off. See, people who have been through a lot of trauma, we still dealing with that shit. And then when you have a condition that alters your hormones, mixing in with that sleep deprivation, having to move all the time. Like even recently I had to check. I was like, yo, if I'm telling you to leave me alone, it's for your good. It's literally for your good, because the minute I snap on your ass, then you're going to feel some type of way. Then you want to call a motherfucker crazy. Just like when I was a kid, kids used to tease me and because I was quiet, I was an empath, I was always observing energy. And then when they kept putting hands on me, of course I'm going to go the fuck off. Hell, leave me the fuck alone. It's the same thing I see with Jag. So when people say she's crazy, no, that's trauma. And the more she tells her story, it all makes sense. Because I don't think any of the people who have talked about her could ever have survived what she's gone through from childhood till now. Even before the industry, and definitely since the industry. And then her taking it upon herself to rescue young women, especially because she knows what it's like to be that young woman being abused, being taken advantage of, being trafficked and transferred and all of that shit. So for me to resonate with her on such a deep level is why I'm going to keep promoting her. It's not just because, because I see a lot of people in these YouTube streets that are just putting their content on her channel because it's trending and because they know it'll get likes and subscribes. But I deeply resonate with Jaguar Wright. And I've never even met her, but I deeply resonate with her energy and her journey, and above all, what she actually has done and is still doing to rescue women from this lifestyle, because so many lost girls like this young lady she's talking about, it would make sense why they would run to certain environments around celebrities thinking that they might be safe, or let me go be around these people, and because they have no sense of direction. They have no one to teach them self-worth. They have no one to teach them self-love. So they look for it in all the wrong places, just like the other young lady from the last live that Diddy's driver picked up. And she was a teenage girl and was out there, trying to get into the VMAs and got into the wrong vehicle or what she felt was the right vehicle, and then gave her account of them gang raping her while a female celebrity watched. So I commend Jag. I genuinely commend her for what she is doing. And I don't care what nobody says about her, Jaguar. I support you. I stand with you. Please keep doing what you're doing. Please keep speaking out against this shit. Please keep exposing it. And don't let what other negative, low vibrational people have to say about you affect how you feel about yourself, because you have so much support out here. I've seen so many, even though there's a lot of negative people saying things, I do be seeing a lot of people in the comments supporting her. God bless you, Jag. Everybody's saying pray for her, keep her, because she's doing what other people should have done, but have been too afraid to do for fear of what the consequences are, or a lot of them for fear of losing their status or their money or their power or their position. And she doesn't care. She just wants to help rescue people. And on top of that, helping to rescue people after losing her son, which is extremely hard to go through and to do. So again, I salute you, Jag, for real.
Fuck you mean? So you were saying Christopher Williams, the dick sucking hoe?
Yeah, what did you say about him? Yeah, well, I mean, what do you say? Because he's like, I'm from Brooklyn. And I would never.
And he's a dick sucking hoe from Brooklyn.
Oh.
He's a light skinned, lightweight, JB JBL headphones stealing,
Oh,
pussy ass motherfucker.
that was 2017, Jack.
Suck that and
Oh, that's the straight up Philly coming out of her. This nigga said that was 2017 Jaguar. Like, just let it go. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Cause I got a sister that's a Taurus, yo, and I love her dearly. But Tauruses, don't fuck with Tauruses, bruh. Cause they hold on to shit much longer. You want to talk about a grudge holder? Tauruses hold grudges much longer than Scorpios do. Cause she went off. He said that was 2017, Jack. Like, just let it go, sis. Just let it go. Oh my god.
2017, that was less than a decade ago. Who the fuck sells some fucking steals JBLs? Still the beats. You're an artist. You should know the difference in sound quality, ho.
Oh my god, yo.
The beats, the JBL. The beats that you stole in JBL.
These were harder back then. Yeah. So with that being said, yes, you've ruffled some feathers.
Fuck them. Fuck the feathers.
Oh my god, bruh. Jad cracks me the fuck up. Jad, look, I ain't gonna lie. I love authentic people like this. She said, fuck the feathers. I don't give a fuck.
Put him in a pillow. Go to sleep.
Not put him in a pillow.
Devin just responded to your comment. She's saying she heard your story about, y'all's, and she said hilarious. That's the only comment. Hilarious.
Got it.
Like that's an interesting rebuttal.
I don't understand. Where's the rebuttal? What is hilarious? What I said, or the fact that she didn't have anything else to say other than hilarious? See, I find that hilarious. One word responses, I find hilarious. Because see, a one word response is you looking for someone to let you off the hook for something that you don't want to say. And at the end of the day, it is hilarious. You married Biggie when you wanted Tupac.
Dead ass.
That's hilarious.
Dead ass for real.
You wanted Grammys, but you settled for ghostwriting for a whore like Mary J. Blige. That's hilarious. You wanted to build real R&B divas franchise, and you settled for Stevie J and Mona Scott and Jocelyn Hernandez.
See, that right there, I kept trying to wonder, why did Faith really marry Stevie? Was she in debt? Because when I first seen her pop up on Love and Hip Hop, I'm like, damn, first of all, Faith, bless her heart. You could tell she's on, she's on that shit. You can look at her face and tell she's on that shit. And then Stevie J, of all people. Now, again, Stevie's a Scorpio, so Scorpios, I can understand how people can fall under our spell, but it's been so many rumors about Stevie J being down low for like decades, just like Diddy, and they're very close friends. And Stevie definitely has been to the freak offs. I was like, Faith, as talented as she is, why Stevie? And like she just said, she settled for Stevie J and Mona Scott Young because maybe Faith needed the check. I don't know. I couldn't fathom. Like, you went from Pac to Biggie to that nigga. I just, oh, child.
And the Masked Singer, while he films you in your home, disrespecting you.
And he definitely did. And see, that's what I meant before when I said male Scorpios, because I've dated male Scorpios. They're very diabolical. And their type of darkness is much more intense than female Scorpios in my experience. Because I remember that. I remember the episode where he did that. And I was like, why is Stevie recording this? And above all, Mona Scott, why are you airing him recording himself, yelling and cursing out his wife, threatening to put hands on her, throwing shit at her, when everyone kept telling her he ain't who you think he is? Because when Stevie was in rehab, I don't know if y'all remember that episode of Love and Hip Hop where Stevie and Jocelyn, it was one of the reunion episodes. They both came in there high as shit and not off weed. And it was rumored that they were both on coke and other things. And I remember Jocelyn's eyes was like wild, like a wild animal, and super bloodshot. And so was Stevie's. And I think it was either me. It was one of the women that had said on that episode, "You just mad because Jocelyn be fuck you in the ass with that dildo," and he went off. And then next thing you know, everybody's fighting, and I was just like, Faith, you didn't see how he did Jocelyn and Mimi, and you still decided to not only go visit him in the halfway house, but then be all on Love and Hip Hop talking about how we've been best friends for 30 plus years and he'll be different with me. And, you know, he'll know. I remember her saying that, he knows not to pull that with me, because so many women were saying, aren't you afraid he's just going to do the same thing to you? Because again, Stevie wasn't doing no sort of work to heal. And I'm going to be real, that rehab center had him the most grounded I've ever seen him. And unfortunately, when he got out, he went right back to the same destructive lifestyle, went right back to acting crazy, went right back between, you know, allegedly Mimi and Jocelyn. And their whole love triangle came out, where they admitted that the three of them had been having threesomes and stuff. And so now that I even think about this, I wonder, Mimi, you was with this nigga the longest. Maybe that's why all three of y'all were so angry, because maybe all three of y'all was on the little white powder snow bunny shit, and maybe all three of y'all was popping pills and doing other things. But definitely Faith she looked much older than she actually is on Love and Hip Hop. And I still was shocked that she became a regular, you know, cast member on the show. It's like they say Love and Hip Hop is for the people in the industry that are has-beens. And in my opinion, Faith wasn't no has-been, given her talent. And so they had said, well, Faith had been on a lot of hard drugs for years that fucked with her vocal cords. So she definitely ain't far-fetched from the truth. Because I mean, everything she's saying right now, I remember seeing it on the show. And I was like, what the fuck? I know she is not finna be with Stevie. And then she got with him, and then he pretended like he had cleaned up his act and all of that. And then he ended up doing the same thing to her and recording it. And you got to think about it too. He's friends with Diddy. What's up with these niggas recording, disrespecting the women that they supposed to love? Like, you really have to think about the psychology behind that. It's bad enough you're doing it, but then you record yourself doing it as if you want to go back and watch and relive that moment of you disparaging and disrespecting and even threatening your wife the same woman you was all on TV talking about you was so in love with, and we've been best friends for years. I'm gonna marry my best friend. I'll never treat you the way I treated them, and then proceeds to do the exact same thing. See, that's a great example of a person who hasn't healed, recycling the same experience with every single person that they're with. Shit is just crazy.
That's hilarious. You married your child's godfather, and he wasn't never looking out for neither one of y'all.
Right. Because, yeah, Stevie has said that on the show. Like, man, that's my sis. And, you know, I'm her son's godfather and all this other shit. But you publicly shitted on Mimi on the show over and over until Mimi finally decided to just stop fucking with you. And then you publicly humiliated Jocelyn, who kept crying over you, Stevie this, Stevie that. See, he picked women who all had unresolved trauma. They all had unresolved daddy issues. They all had unresolved abandonment issues. That's exactly what narcissists do. They go for women that they know are damaged. I remember I dated this guy right after my dad died, one of my actual friends, and he was older than me. He was like 50. And because I was bi, we would talk about our experiences with women. And like sometimes, you know, we would kind of go look and see if there was a female we might have wanted to pick up or whatever, and you know, bring into like a group environment. And he was like, well, I look for the ones that got daddy issues because I know they're easy for me to manipulate. And I was like, you did not just say that shit to me like just like it's cool. I was like, bruh, that's fucked up. And he started laughing. I was like, but that's not funny though. Cause see, I'm not like that. I'm not looking for people that are damaged. I don't want all that damn trauma and all of that shit. But it's really men out here that make it their business to seek out damaged women because they know it's easier to manipulate and control them and to treat them like shit. And I'm gonna be honest with you. The only men that have done that are men that are down low because secretly they don't actually like women. They might have an attraction to women, but what they really want are men. But they know that they, you know, if they become public about their sexuality, that the part of society that is not in agreement with that will turn on them. Because, yeah, when Benzino said that at that reunion, that's who it was. It was Benzino and Althea. Because they both had called him out, and Stevie and Jocelyn walked in on the set lit as fuck. I mean, like I said, you could see it all in their eyes. They was ready, you know, they was with the shits. They was definitely with the shits. And like I said, this whole industry, whether it's music, acting, whatever, the intention behind, and I'm going to just say this because I don't ever plan, ever in my life, plan to be on any sort of love and hip hop show. Mona Scott is the worst thing to ever happen to Black people outside of BET. And I'm going to just say it. Mona Scott is the worst thing to ever happen to Black people since BET because she has capitalized on exploiting us for decades in bringing us on platforms where we act a fool and you get positively rewarded for negative behavior. And really, that's no different from the Uncle Toms that used to go help the slave masters capture slaves and bring them to them. It's the same thing because nothing about love and hip hop has ever been positive or uplifting. It's always about drama. And when I first started watching, I was like, dope, it's a show where we can like really get to see how the stars are behind closed doors. Man, that should be so scripted / unscripted, as they say. But what they will do, they may not give them a script, but they create toxic environments on camera, basically. Because like Mimi even said, when she first agreed to come on Love and Hip Hop with Stevie J, she had no idea that Jocelyn existed. So to get blindsided on camera, the reason Mona Scott did that is because the ratings. It's the shock value. It's getting the raw reaction of his longtime girlfriend slash baby's mother finding out publicly that he has a whole nother woman who he's been living with and had a relationship with. I mean, that's how them niggas are. So it's just crazy to me to hear her say you settled for Stevie J and Mona Scott. You settled for this fake image of a relationship and a check. And quiet as it's kept, a lot of them said they weren't even getting paid that much. Some of them said they was getting paid like $1,000 to $1,500 an episode. Hell, Erica Mena said she didn't get paid at all when Mona Scott first brought her on there. She was like, I think the most they did was pay for her flight. And I think maybe her room. But they didn't even pay her. Because Mona knows, hey, I can bring in these people who have beef with each other, put them on camera, like CBJ. Let's put him on camera constantly disrespecting women because the shock value, it's going to get people to watch because, oh my God, we can't believe he did that. Then you bring Faith Evans, who's more musically more talented than any of those other women on the show. Mimi is not even a singer. She just was on there because Stevie J was her baby's dad. She's not in the music industry. She knows people because of him. Jocelyn actually went on to produce her own music. And some of it I don't like, and some of it is all right, but it ain't like, oh, I'm a Jocelyn Hernandez music fan, because I'm not. I'm just saying at least these women were pursuing music. Faith, like, she was an accomplished artist. She didn't even need to be on Love and Hip Hop. The rest of them did, but she didn't. So it just let me see, like, she must have really needed the money, because what the fuck?
That's hilarious. Or the fact that Valletta Wallace would have rather had little Kim, a woman that really loves her son, than you as a daughter-in-law. That's hilarious. You want to talk about hilarious? Hilarious is settling for a life that is so far beneath you, cousin.
And yeah, she just perfectly said what I was trying to say. Faith definitely settled for a life that was beneath her, because she didn't, you know what I'm saying? She didn't need that show. She didn't need Stevie J, but I feel like maybe along the way, Faith lost herself. Because it's like, you could have had any other dude, but you picked the guy that was your best friend because you saw something in him that he didn't even see in himself. And that, honestly, that codependency comes from an unhealed place. See, I learned about that in therapy. Always trying to rescue people when you haven't even dealt with your own issues is a direct result of what's called codependency, because your validation comes from that other person's satisfaction in the fact that you are their savior. You're the one that rescued them from themselves. You're the one that loved them when other people wouldn't or couldn't or tried. And trying to love someone who lacks self-love never works. Lord knows I've tried it over the years. And I wonder if they really are cousins. I'm going to have to look that up, because she keeps calling her cousin, but it's like, bruh, you could have had any other dude. You didn't have to pick an addict unless you were one too.
When you're one of the most talented bitches in the world. Hilarious is pretending like you didn't know, that you weren't sure whether or not you were carrying Tupac's babies. That's hilarious. Hilarious is both of the niggas that I know and kick it with that worked at Death Row that heard Pac fucking you in the booth. and took pictures of your very high yellow ass getting fucked by that very gorgeous, dark-skinned, thin man who was so much different than your obese husband who you didn't know. That's hilarious.
Bars.
If Faith
I know she's being serious, but this nigga saying bars. So now oh yeah, that was him that must have said that when Orlando, on the other interview, when Orlando was talking about Nick Cannon allegedly sucking dick and turning it into a little song. He's silly. He said, oh yeah, bars. What the fuck?
have twins, she probably have two pox. Get it? Two pox.
Bars.
Your husband.
If he say bars one more time, I'm trying to be serious, but him saying bars is like, bruh, what the fuck?
Said that. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
So yeah, no. You said it right there, but all right, we just recapping because we just recapping. And things have happened since you.
I love you, cousin.
Oh,
I do.
shout out Faith Evans, man.
Tell the truth and shame the devil. Just look at Julie. Julie's getting clean. That book that she wrote about being Brian McKnight's first wife and helping all of his victims. Our cousin has changed everything for her. Go and look at your cousin, Julie McKnight Johnson's channel. And look at how she's performing. It's so clean. Get clean. And I mean get clean.
I love how Jag says things without saying things. Because like I was just saying, when Faith came on Love and Hip Hop, she looked like, in my opinion, she looked like a drug addict. Because like Faith ain't that much older than me. I'm pretty sure her and Jaguar are around the same age, and Jaguar's only a few years older than me. Faith looked like she was in her late 50s coming on Love and Hip Hop. And that's what happens when, you know, drugs take a hold of you. It ages you. So she's not directly calling her an addict, but by the wordplay she's given, that's clearly what she's saying.
Because we know how Stevie J loves feeding cocaine to the women he lives with.
And Jocelyn publicly admitted that too. After they broke up and after they kicked her off the show, she went on a rant saying how Stevie had been giving her all the white powder and all the pills and everything she wanted and getting her fucked up at the studio and basically, you know, enabling her to become and remain an addict, and that they had been doing drugs together. And she admitted that they had drugs on the set. I remember when Jocelyn said that it was alleged that Mona Scott even brought stuff to the set to get all of them to be hyped up and to act crazy and act a fool on camera. And Mona Scott had got mad at her and, you know, threatened to sue her or whatever. But it's been other people that have been on the show that left the show that said the same shit. So I'm not surprised.
That's what I'm going to ask you about. We seen Stevie J, since your last interview, come out to Puff Daddy's defense. And he said one thing that kind of threw me off, where he said, he has never, Puff Daddy, Diddy has never done no crime. I said, wow, that's a blanket statement to say no crime. For him,
Yes.
for him to say that.
Yeah.
No crime. I'm
Yeah.
like you kind of fucked yourself up by even saying that.
He's on 1,000 fucking sex tapes. What the fuck else he supposed to say? What are you gonna say? Did he guilty or what? What the fuck he gonna say? He's got this nigga. He's using him, his little sex tapes and shit, as the archetype to recruit new fuck niggas. Look at Stevie J's fucking Bieber in their ass.
Oh my God.
That's all you gotta do.
Oh my God.
And the world knows that Stevie J sex tapes date back to him and Mary. Was it Mary?
Yeah.
Yeah, it goes
Did you ever see the tape with him and Evelyn?
Yeah, him and Eve. I'm sorry, yeah, him and Eve.
Evelyn?
Evelyn. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. It dates back to that. I'm sorry, Major Bush.
Yeah.
But it dates back to her.
He fucked up too.
Oh, goddamn.
And I ain't saying allegedly. Married. Yeah.
You know, it's funny, Jack, because you mentioned like when you said, hey, I want to learn what the Tutsi was. I didn't know what it was. You learned about
Yeah.
And then just last week you hear about Diddy's bodyguard arrested for drugs paraphernalia. I'm like, okay. It seems to be like everything keeps unraveling slowly but surely. And you know, like, oh, you hear Stevie J, he's never done illegal, but you hear his bodyguard get arrested for drugs, and you only have to assume that these drugs are what this is Diddy's bodyguard getting arrested.
Stevie J was at the house in Miami when they pulled up Bad Boy Style.
Oh yeah, he was. He said I'm at Diddy's house.
Forget. He was there. They had him in twisty ties too, like they had the kids over there in the Beverly Hills.
I forget about that.
What was you doing there?
He was getting hit.
He's a fucking ghoul. Let me tell you something. If Diddy and fucking Stevie J was a movie, it would be The Vampire of Brooklyn.
Oh man.
Diddy would be Eddie Murphy. And Stevie J would be Kadeem Hardison. The ghoul.
God.
The nigga that he kept falling apart.
Yeah, lose his fingers.
Yeah, shit. But he was down because he was waiting for his moment. That's Stevie J.
Orlando Brown said.
So now that whole live that Mimi did with Claudia Jordan on Instagram a couple of weeks ago makes sense. Because I had said in the comments, here go Mimi talking about she missed out on a bag because of Stevie J's affiliation with Diddy. And then her and Claudia made it a point to constantly state how they never were at the Diddy parties, or if they did go, they weren't there for the freak off violent shit. And how she's like, yeah, BET turned down the reality show that me and my baby's father was supposed to have started. And I was like, is she serious right now? You really thought after all the toxic, BET and VH1 Love and Hip Hop are two different franchises. Love and Hip Hop is Ratchet. Zeus is the new network, but BET, even though I don't care for BET, they're not bringing the likes of you and Stevie J on their platform, especially Mimi, after you publicly humiliated yourself with that oh so very terrible shower rod production that you and Miko put out there, and tried to lie and say someone broke into your house and stole the tapes and leaked it, but you made hundreds of thousands off that tape. Then you went and got a breast augmentation to make your breasts look bigger, knowing that your daughter, who's now a teenager, was old enough to know what's going on. And yet, you thought BET didn't want you because of Stevie J's affiliation with Diddy? No, it's because you put yourself publicly in the position of a whore with a child. And like I was saying, wasn't nobody finna watch a TV reality show with you and Stevie after the way we saw how he treated you on Love and Hip Hop. I was so sick of seeing her constantly cry and go back to this nigga, cry and go back to this nigga, cuss him out and go back, threaten Jocelyn and go back and go back and go back, because every time she went back was a confession of lack of self-love. You only keep going back to abuse when you feel you deserve it. And it just, I was like, bruh, if they show her and this man one more again, like, just learn to love yourself. But the whole Jocelyn and Claudia trying to quote unquote clear their names is because y'all knew what the fucks was going on. And then, like I said, Claudia in pictures sitting on Diddy's lap, but saying she never, witnessed him ever be violent. She never witnessed any of the alleged freak off stuff. Then in the same vein, turn around and say how he called you 65 times and was yelling at you and cursing you out and threatening you and threatened to have you unalived, and then right after that asked you what you was wearing, but y'all ain't never smashed. He was just a celebrity that you were a fan of, so you took multiple pictures sitting on his lap. See, it wasn't, the math for me wasn't mathing. Because if you know that there is something you have not done, why are y'all doing lives together, Claudia? Why are you doing lives with Mimi and Nesha, one of your longtime girlfriends, just like Cardi Red? And I got that throwback picture of the three of y'all back in the day, looking very groupie-ish. This is my opinion. And I don't have nothing against Claudia or Mimi, but it's like you understand now why they were going to such great lengths to try to disassociate themselves from Diddy. Because just what Jaguar said, Stevie was right there when Diddy got arrested, which means that they were very close, and not just in the form of partying, but the alleged down low lifestyle of Stevie would explain exactly why he shit on every single woman that tried to love him and be with him, including Faith, who he knew the longest. Because even he said they had been friends, I think, since like their either childhood or teenage years. So you turned on the woman who has been down for you forever and publicly humiliated her. It just, shit is crazy.
Diddy's not going to jail.
I can understand why you would say that.
Yeah, can you break that down a little bit more? Why do you think he said that?
Well, considering that is selling his own God evidence that would put him in jail against him on the dark net to the highest bidder. Why would he sell evidence of his debauchery and savagery? Why would he sell on the dark net his tapes of just tell? Wanna know why? Because he doesn't intend to stand trial.
Is he protecting people, or are people protecting him?
Oh no, he's selling it because he needs the cash. The last freak off tape that just got sold on the dark net, which I know because I monitor, went for $500 million. It had multiple stars in it. Nicki Minaj, Rihanna, Chris Brown. Justin Bieber, Drake. It was a really interesting night in Calabasas, and he just sold that footage.
How come you think it doesn't get leaked to the public?
The dark net?
Yeah, like
Because of the dark coin. Most people don't even know that the dark coin exists. But that's how they're trading for all of the flesh they sell, which is why I became so outraged last year when the twins turned 16 and they dressed like prostitutes and then he auctioned them off as NFTs because the NFT that he sold them to was attached to that dark fucking coin. It was like a promissory note to sell his daughters to the highest bidder.
you see movies like Hostel. Do places like that really exist?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
Do the things that go on in places like that exist?
Absolutely.
Shit. It's funny because
There are 3 women I know right now in my life. They've been in my life for 6 years. I've been caring for them for 3 years. I got them off of Epstein Island. I cannot say where they are in the world. What I can say is when they got into the boat, they were roughed.
wow.
Want to know how
She literally almost broke down crying. Yeah, this shit is like, it's crazy, bro.
they ended up on Epstein Island?
Peace.
They auditioned to be models for music videos.
Oh, guess
Where they got
You know what? Damn. She said they auditioned to be models for music videos, and I immediately thought about Claudia Jordan saying how she had been a long time video vixen. And I remember her saying she was essayed. I wonder if Claudia was essayed by someone in the industry. Because she definitely was a video vixen, because I remember seeing her in videos in the 90s and like I think like the late 90s, early 2000s. That's why when she started coming for Jag, I just was like, how can you when you've experienced this yourself? I just don't get it.
to Miami.
Because now I'm wondering, damn, is Claudia in on this shit? I really hope not, but I wonder if she is, because she went so hard against Jag and called her crazy, and just like everybody else did. Oh, she's crazy. She's lying. Keep my name out your mouth. I never dated Diddy, but yet you got pictures out there that makes it look like you did. And this nigga had your phone number, which you confirmed during your IG live when you said he tried to call you from prison and then he started texting you. Then he called you 65 times. And I mean, how does one have one's phone number if there is not a connection there? That's all I'm saying. And not only that, for him to have gone from threatening her, according to what she's saying, he allegedly threatened her, was calling her all kind of bitches and calling her out of her name, and then turned right around and asked her what she was wearing, like a true psychopath would. I don't know. I'm starting to kind of look at Claudia and Mimi a little sideways for that live, because I feel like it's the intention behind it is to cover up possibly their either involvement in this shit or their knowledge of the shit certain men in this industry were doing, and they did nothing about it. Yeah, I'm just saying that's a speculation. I don't know if it's true. This is my opinion. That's what it's kind of given at this time.
They had to show internal their ID, and they collected their passports.
And you got to wonder about that. Why is it that when these women arrive at Epstein Island, they have to give over their identification in their passports? It's not just for gatekeeping. It's also a way to, for them to have something on them. Basically, if they wanted to expose something that these young women were involved in, well, now we have your whole identity, and you can't leave or make a move or go snitch or go tell nobody because we got all your means of transportation, i.e., your identity information, whether it's driver's license, state ID, as well as your passport. So if you even try to leave, you can't. That shit is diabolical as fuck.
And then they drugged them. And then the next thing you know, they were in a storage container getting fucked by a bunch of weird strangers on camera who were bidding for all of the terrible things that were happening to them live online.
Wow.
After they made it through that, that's when they were sent to Rick Ross's music videos, shoots, as groupies and extras to make sure that they could walk around in society without looking like victims. And then after that, that's when they were shipped off to Epstein Island to be broken in and to be readied for Dubai and Moscow. When they got into the boat, and I looked at them, they didn't have to tell me shit. And neither one of them, none of them, they didn't speak for weeks. But when you spend time with strangers and they finally feel safe enough to go to sleep, and then they start talking in your sleep and you hear the shit that they yell.
It's crazy because as you sit here and we talk about hostile and
these three girls that I'm telling you about were in videos that'll be playing online today. And they appeared in those videos after they had already been sodomized, systematically beaten, starved.
That's what I mean. Like, Jag rescuing these girls and hearing about what they've been through and seeing their mental and emotional state, feeling it as an empath clairvoyant, because I know that she is, and then her having survived it herself. That's why she's feeling so uncomfortable and trying not to break down crying, because it's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, like when I explored BDSM lifestyle, there really were men that were into watching women getting raped and reenacting it, and even some bragging about how they liked seeing snuff films, and just there are some people that are into some very dark things. And good Lord, 500 million. That's why it's called the dark web, because it's so much darkness and debauchery that floats around because it's being allowed to. And I remember that movie Taken with Liam Neeson, the very first one, when his daughter's friend got abducted. Well, technically it was his daughter and her friend both got abducted. That's exactly what comes to mind when she's describing this experience, because they kidnapped that girl. They had men set up in place to look for and pick out young women who were traveling, who were American, who didn't know anything about the country they were in, who didn't know their way around, who were just out there by themselves. And then they took her friend and abused her physically and sexually and had her locked, like Jaguar says, in a container, in a almost like a cell. Had her chained up. They were injecting drugs into her, and whoever she got sold to, they were allowed to do whatever they could to her. I mean, hell, that movie was technically a whistleblower, even though it was a movie. It's like I'm imagining that scene from that movie as she's describing this experience, and it's I can see why she's breaking down. It's heartbreaking.
But they were smiling in those videos, though.
It's crazy because, you know, you said, and you know, we got your story before where you actually said you've seen what a saw does to human flesh, like having a saw. I mean, we got Terrence Gangster in the building too as well, and he literally said he's seen the same thing. What he's seen a saw, what it does to human flesh. I'm like, I don't know what it does to a person's mind or psyche when they see that in person.
It changes you.
Like,
it changes you. There is a place inside of me where I have the ability to either see a human body as a human being or just pieces.
Now, Jack, you said Justin Bieber, and I have to ask you because he just there's a picture circulating online where they show
He's
Justin.
The new Tevin Campbell.
Yeah, they show him crying.
He's the new Tevin Campbell.
You're almost giving him a way to speak his truth of what happened.
I wish Tevin Campbell would speak to him or for him. Because the same thing that they did to him, they're doing to Bieber right now. And I have evidence. That poor kid. You know, because he got discovered by Usher.
And like I said on my last live, Usher stayed with Diddy for a year or longer. And Usher even said on several interviews he would never, ever let his children go to Diddy's house. Then I showed y'all a few lives ago when that viral video was circulating of Justin allegedly giving Odell Beckham head in the club on New Year's Eve. In that video, even though he might have been on something that had his pupils dilated, when he came up for air and they realized they were getting recorded, Justin's eyes looked black. Like definitely like something was on him. And that is the result and the intention behind satanic ritual abuse through sexual abuse. It's to transfer that dark energy from one person through the other to the other through these disgusting sexual acts in terms of any sort of forced sexual interaction. That is by definition the root of satanic ritual abuse. Shit is crazy.
And I just took him right over there to the deadlock. And let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll. So let me ask you this.
So it's like Diddy had Usher living with him for, I think, like a year or 2 years, maybe even longer, I think. And he allegedly turned Usher out and then uses Usher to bring in Bieber and other young artists. Because now, unfortunately, the same energy on Diddy allegedly is on Usher, and now, like she just said, bring them to Diddy and let the good times roll. This is why him getting arrested and convicted and never being allowed to come out again is so important. By the way, I did see that video that's been circulating in the YouTube streets and TikTok streets about the leaked prison phone call from Diddy to his son, and him telling him to get rid of all the pizza boxes. And at first the son's like, what the fuck? And then like the son immediately realized what he was saying. And I told y'all about the whole Pizzagate symbolism and what each food that they refer to in code means.
Because you did the domino effect with Rook, and you said something in which you mentioned that you've seen the devil. You've seen him.
Yeah.
From your experience, have you seen him enact his ways within a human being where you've seen the devil in a person come out?
Absolutely. And I've seen him in real time.
Mm.
When you're being raped, if you're brave enough to look into your rapist's eyes, I promise you'll see nothing. Nothing. There is no human there. It's almost like they're in a trance.
She is absolutely 1000% on point. Because that's what I talked about before when I shared my experience. When it happened to me with the first guy I was planning to marry. Because when I tell people it wasn't him, it was a demon, I absolutely meant that. Not only did I see the demon through his eyes, I actually saw the demon's face on his face, while his eyes were rolled in the back of his head. Like she said, it's almost like they're in a trance. He actually was in a demonic trance. And the only reason I looked into his eyes is because I was in shock and I couldn't believe he was doing this to me. And I was like, I remember kept saying, it's me, stop, it's me. I was trying to get the part of him that was being controlled by the demon to hear my voice and snap out of this trance. And so, the people who were like, why didn't you press charges or, whatever, because it was literally a demon possessing him. That was making him force himself onto me. That's why I've always said that rape is a demon, because it is. It's something that person either has invited or that may have been transferred to them by the person that abused them. And they didn't know that they came in agreement with that energy, so that energy overtook them. Like, this shit is like real, for real, for real.
You can talk to rapists and they'll tell you, even in that moment, there is a space where they lost their self. They don't even remember.
And that's what he told me when, because y'all remember I told you the pastor of the church I was a member of at Christ Apostolic Temple, which is the father of the pastor who's there now. When I finally told him what happened, and he said, don't go to the police. We can either get rid of him or I can counsel with y'all. And when he tried to counsel with us, that was exactly what my ex-fiance said. He said, I blacked out. He's like, I don't even remember doing it. And he started to cry. He said, but that's what I was told I did to my stepsister. when he was 16 and she was 12. He said that he would go into her room after their parents went to sleep and that she wanted it, that she allowed him to get in the bed with her and allowed him to do things to her. But according to her, he raped her repeatedly. And when he told me that and he broke down crying, I said, if she allowed you to do it, if she told you it was okay, then technically that's not rape, but it is molestation. And I remember telling him to go to a therapist and going with him to his therapy sessions because he would always cry about that. When his ex-wife had a baby that he didn't believe was his, because according to him, she cheated on him, which I still don't know if that was true. He was not allowed to be around their daughter because of the stepmom telling her about what he had done to her daughter, and that the family had kept it hush hush. And this is the same person who I told y'all his sister essayed him, as well as women at the church who were put as his babysitter that used to make him watch pornography all day, every day from the ages of 3 to 8. So you have an innocent child who's being mentally, emotionally, and physically essayed, because he did tell me what those women did to him from the ages of 3 to 8. These were women that did this to him, that were members of our church. And I will never expose any of their names, but I know who they all are because he told me. Then his sister ends up essaying him. Then he found out their biological father essayed her. So now we have a family of incestual sexual abuse that have created a young man who has all these people's soul ties tied to him with these demonic presences. And he, according to him, he blacks out. Blacking out is definitely a spiritual experience. What happens is a demon takes possession of you, puts you in a trance-like state, and forces you to perform its actions that it wants to carry out. Because again, demons exploit our vulnerabilities and they hate humans. That's why I've been telling y'all that rape is a demon, because it is. That's a dark entity that enters a person who is a survivor of sexual abuse, because that person has not healed from their childhood trauma, because that person has not done the work to heal. Therefore, that demon continues to play on their vulnerabilities. That demon continues to control them through their own trauma that they did not ask for. So when those of you from back home have asked me when I publicly came out about this, why I didn't press charges against him, that's exactly why. Because I saw the spiritual and the psychological damage that had happened to him that caused him to do what he did to me. Do I hate him? Absolutely not. Do I ever want to see him again? Absolutely not. Never again in life. I do hope one day he gets help. But unfortunately, if he doesn't, then that curse will carry on through, his lineage. Again, the stuff I've experienced and I've gone through, and I know a lot of this stuff my relatives never even probably knew, because it was very hard for me to talk about this stuff. But the more people thanked me for sharing my truth, the more I saw how it helped other people. But I just can't imagine, like what Jag just said, when that person's on top of you and pinning you down, and you look them in the face and you want so desperately for the person that you love to come back and for that dark energy and entity to leave them, it changes you. It changes everything about you. And to this day, if that man that did that to me never gets help, I pray for the protection of his daughter. Because who's to say that he won't black out and do to her what he did to me, what he did to his stepsister? That's why I'm always talking about healing your childhood trauma. Because when you don't, it manifests in the worst ways. And then you end up projecting that pain and that demon and that energy and that entity onto others simply because you chose not to heal, or you didn't have anyone around you to show you or point you in the direction of how to start the work to heal or to get you to therapy. And the man I'm speaking about, those that have known me since childhood, I'm sure you know who he is. Because I was only publicly with one person the whole time I was at Christ Apostolic Temple. Now, I did date other men outside of the church that y'all never knew about. Because y'all remember I kept leaving the church and coming back. But the one you saw me with at that church is the one I'm speaking about. So all of you that judged me and lied on me, now you know why I left. That was the worst experience of my life, and I could not cope with it. I couldn't sit there and counsel with Bishop Jeremiah Reed. I couldn't sit there and pretend like we were still going to be together and get married when I kept seeing flashes and flashes and flashes of this man who I've known since I was 4 years old on top of me with a whole entire demon possessing him and forcing himself on me, as if he did not even know that I was his soon-to-be wife, while you all judged me. You had no idea what I was going through. That's why I love what Jaguar Wright is doing. Because she's even helping me to understand and to continue to heal, which I'm still healing from that. Because that's not something that ever goes away. It's something you have to get help to cope with. And trusting a man after that was almost impossible. Even a guy that I dated here in Houston, matter of fact, right before I started exploring the lifestyle, sometimes he'd like to rough play, and we weren't even having sex. We were just like literally playing around the house, and what do we have, a beach ball or whatever, and he jumped on top of me and pinned me down, saying that I just want to shower you with kisses. And all of a sudden I had flashbacks to my ex-fiance, and I flipped out. I remember I put hands on him. I kicked him between his legs. I socked him in the face because I had promised myself I would never let anybody else overpower me. See, you don't understand the PTSD behind somebody raping you, y'all. You don't understand how it changes you and how much work you have to do to heal from that shit. And even though there is someone who I'm interested in, it's because of these types of experiences that I'm so cautious now about who I date, about who I consider to have a future with, about who I consider to be a father of my child, because I've heard way too many stories of fathers abusing their own daughters and sons. Because quiet as it's kept, it was said that the person that raped me, that allegedly their father even did that to his brother. You have to be so careful who you come in agreement with, who you create a soul tie with, who you create a new life with, and make sure that that person has healed. And when I do become a mother, I will protect my daughter with every fiber of my being. And I really believe that the man who is meant to be my divine masculine will never hurt my daughter like that because of what happened to me. But it's so sad to hear her speak about this when this has happened to billions of other women. Not just me, not just Jaguar, not just certain members of Christ's Apostolic Temple who came forward and said that they were also raped, even by the very pastor that I just spoke of. That's their account. Did he ever do that to me? No. Can I believe he's done it to others? Absolutely. I don't put that past anyone. I don't care how much I loved him as a pastor at that time. The fact that he told me to be silent about it, yeah, I could definitely see him having done that to other women. And again, this is in the church, okay? We're not talking about, as the church people say, out in the worldly world. We're talking about inside of churches. Several pastors, several ministers, several church members, several deacons, men and women. Robin Andrews is another one. She's a whole woman that got accused of essaying multiple young boys and girls at her church, as well as her daughter. And everybody turned on me when I started speaking out against that. Because when I was on that prayer team praying demons and spirits out of people and out of churches, her church was full of them. And in the 5D, like when I'm shown psychic images, I saw the souls of the children in that church that had been abused. And I told Bishop Reed, and he said, leave it alone. Just like how Jaguar, the last live, she said when she tried to go to the police about the girls that confessed to her, they laughed her out of the precinct. See, men who are in on this shit together don't care. They don't want you to be the whistleblower. They don't want you to expose what they're really doing. They just want you to shut the fuck up. Be silent. Don't talk about it. Suppress it, repress it, and live with it and deal with it. I know firsthand what that feels like, and it's absolutely horrible.
It's possession.
Literally.
Of the flesh.
Literally.
To watch a person give up utter control of themselves and allow that energy to come in.
That's exactly what she just said right there, is exactly what happened with my ex-fiance. The reason he broke down when we counseled is because he said, I can feel it when it's coming upon me, when it's coming into me, which means that someone transferred that spirit to him. But a demon cannot, and I know this from my own experiences, performing cleanses and doing, spiritual warfare and exorcisms. A demon cannot possess you unless you give it permission to. In fact, a demon can't even come near you unless you give it permission to, or you become a victim of sexual abuse, and in your vulnerable state, it latches onto you. Those are the only two ways that can happen.
I stared at a man raping me, choking me. And I saw nothing.
Right.
And that's when I knew this isn't a person anymore. Which is why the idea of picking that knife up and slitting his fucking throat didn't bother me at all. That wasn't a person anymore. There wasn't a person in there.
She's absolutely right, though. Like, exactly what she's saying is exactly how I felt. I was like, he's gone. This ain't even him. And then when the face of the demon revealed itself, it tried to knock my soul out of my body, y'all. I'm telling you the truth. It literally tried to knock my soul out of my body. Not only as he was raping me, but later that night. Because I was in shock for a good 6 hours, crying uncontrollably, in shock, in disbelief, angry, confused, hurt, physically, mentally, spiritually, didn't know what to do. And he just kept going on about the night. Like, he's like, why are you crying? He's like, get off the floor. Like, what's going on with you? And I was like, you don't know what you just did to me? He's like, what are you talking about? I blacked out and I took a nap. I said, no, the fuck you didn't. Nigga, you raped me. And then I eventually went and took a shower. And I got in the bed because I didn't know what else to do. Do I go to the police? Are they going to believe me? We live together. Where am I going to go? Do I go to a hotel? And keep in mind, I had broken up with him multiple times, and every time I left, he would find me and beg me to come back home. So I had decided after I took the shower that as soon as he woke up and went to work, I was going to leave. I was just going to pack all my stuff and leave, and I did just that. I told him I was calling off work because I didn't feel well, and I didn't. I quit my job. I quit school. I packed up my car, and I left. And I had to end up going back to get the rest of my stuff. A couple of days later, his brother was there and was like, we don't understand why you just up and left. I said, I can't tell you what happened, but I cannot be with your brother or around him anymore. I said, in fact, when I come back to get the rest of my stuff, I need you to be here because I don't feel safe being around him anymore. And see, his brother thought it was just because we had been arguing and fighting. No, it was because he had raped me. And because Bishop Jeremiah Reed told me to be silent about it. Don't tell anyone, not even his family. Just counsel with me, daughter. What kind of pastor tells you to be silent about the man you were supposed to marry and you're both members at his church? What kind of pastor tells you to be silent about it? What kind of pastor / father figure tells you to be silent about it? The silence is the reason it continues. I said for so many years, silence is literally compliance, which means you're allowing it. And if you're allowing it, then it's you're very capable of doing the very thing that you are telling other people to cover up. And I thank the Most High for healing right now. Because it hurts to relive this shit. But I'm grateful that I'm strong enough to talk about it. I'm grateful that Jag is strong enough to talk about it. Because there's so many other young women and even grown women who are still living with that trauma. Because it usually does happen by someone you love, unfortunately. Now, these girls who have been trafficked and sold, that's even worse because it's a perfect stranger dumping all their demonic energy into you and leaving you with all their trauma and now even more of your own. And yeah, they're not a person anymore when they do that. They're being possessed by a demon. But on the same hand, they've allowed it.
You want to know what's really fucked up?
Sure.
Can you imagine if every artist that's ever been goddamn violated decided to settle their own score?
Right.
How many dead bodies would we be cleaning up?
Right.
So that takes me to when you speak on Aaliyah, people really was honed in when you spoke on Dame Dash, Aaliyah, and you're speaking on something where you're saying, I wish that situation would be investigated further.
No, to be investigated. Period.
Right, because that was the thing I even said when they first announced that she died in a plane crash. Why wasn't there an investigation of how she died, what was wrong with the plane that caused the crash? And then when they leaked that footage a few years back about her being carried onto the plane unconscious, more than likely under the influence of GHB and ketamine, so that those men could do whatever they wanted. They could do their satanic ritual sacrifice with her body and then kill her. And then become more powerful and more wealthy by sacrificing her body and her soul. That is the reason, in my opinion, that it wasn't investigated.
It was never investigated. Hype was never questioned. Lenny Kravitz made a statement, and it was never publicized. She was unconscious.
Yep, she was.
She didn't choose to get on it.
Right.
There were phone calls made.
It was definitely sacrificed.
There were witnesses who signed NDAs. Why would you need to sign a non-disclosure agreement about a plane crash?
Right.
And what happened leading up to it?
Right.
Please, someone answer that.
Do you feel like
why the fuck would you need to sign? A nigga don't ask about a plane crash if it was accidental.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do you feel like
Riddle me.
See, because this is the part where people would be calling her a conspiracy theorist, even though she knows, based off her own experience, she knows based off of being in this industry and around these people. And then just putting the pieces of the puzzle together, it makes absolutely zero sense that not only was there not an investigation, but that people had to sign non-disclosure agreements. That means people knew there was foul play. That means this was a conspiracy to murder. That means this was definitely a setup. And again, you got to think about, she allegedly went from Jay-Z to Dame Dash to R. Kelly. And it was said that allegedly Beyonce was behind Jay-Z putting Dame Dash up to this because she was jealous of Aaliyah because of Jay-Z's love for Aaliyah. And there were some like super old school videos from the late 90s and early 2000s where Jay-Z did say on video tape how much he loved Aaliyah and how it did break his heart that she left him. And that he had told her, he would get her back one day. Just like he used the Me Too movement to get R. Kelly locked up, which R. Kelly deserves to be locked up. But Aaliyah didn't deserve to get sacrificed. That beautiful soul, that talented voice did not deserve to get sacrificed behind allegedly Beyonce's jealousy because of Jay-Z's alleged love for Aaliyah. So when Jaguar says they're a nasty little couple, I 1000% believe her.
Work with me here in this moment.
And I'm gonna ask you.
A plane crash should be accidental.
Should be.
Why would any testimony about what happened leading up to it need to be covered under a non-disclosure agreement if there wasn't foul play?
Literally.
Now, mind you, September 11th happened a week later. 9/11 happened a week later. Do you think that took away from it?
Once again, there are people who did short sales on their stocks right after that, made a lot of fucking money, including Sean Carter. Now I'm going to ask you,
Why would non-disclosure agreements need to be signed for an accident?
See, I can hear and feel that the rage in her. Because basically, Jay-Z got away with it that time. If he allegedly was behind Aaliyah's death, I have to make sure I say allegedly. If he really allegedly set that up and then had the people involved sign non-disclosure agreements about the plane crash, would be the very reason he wants to shut up Jaguar. Because once convicted, all those non-disclosure agreements become null and void. And the very people that signed them would be subpoenaed and questioned as witnesses and or accomplices to her death. That's why there was no investigation. Because again, if he's innocent, why not allow the investigation to take place? If he's innocent, why come for every single platform where Jaguar Wright is speaking her truth? Because you know that there's evidence and proof of foul play. And I do believe in my spirit, Jay-Z is next to get exposed. And then after him, it's going to be an explosive uncovering, like God just literally pulling the cover off the entire system. All the people involved, all the people who have done this, you will all pay before your last day drawing breath on this earth. You will pay. All the Luciferian protection in the world will not save you from the Most High. All of your elite connections will not save you from the Most High. People getting sacrificed is literally the very definition of satanic ritual abuse. It's more than the sexual abuse. It's even the cover-ups of conspiracy to murder, simply because either revenge or that person's going to expose you. Like Kim Porter, she had wrote, if I end up unalived, you know that Diddy did it. Woman said those words out of her own mouth. And birds of a feather definitely flock together. None of this is surprising. As sad as it is, it's not.
there were over 25 non-disclosure agreements cashed out and recorded regarding the death of that beautiful girl and every other human being that died on that plane with her. What the fuck?
Oh.
What you need, a nigga don't ask for that. And Diddy had Hype Williams by the balls. Belly was a money pit.
Question?
And Jay-Z got 10 free videos out of Williams. And Hype didn't work for free.
Now, translate Hype Williams, but also you spoke on Just Blaze.
Yeah.
Well, Kanye West is now who Kanye West is, and Just Blaze is no longer in the picture.
Ain't that
Who mechanization is that? Like who had?
saw Sean Carter's idea? Kanye went to the boule, and Justin did not.
Oh.
Justin was punished for being the true Hebrew king that he is. Kanye suffers from buyer's remorse.
You keep giving it to him. You keep giving it to him. So one thing that we learned in,
Just Blaze.
Please.
I used to love calling his phone because I liked listening to his voicemail because he would always have a different beat
Shall I just listen?
on his voicemail. I called one day and he had The Price is Right theme music on it. And for whatever reason, the way he had it layered out, it made me write a song. And then I called him back and I sang it on his voicemail. I wish we heard a lot more about Justin's music. Justin was really great. Takes nothing away from Kanye. I just think that a world with both of them working in polarity would have been so much better for the community overall. Justin and Kanye together, so much more.
So let me ask you, because someone did ask about you mentioned or let me ask you about Corey Gamble.
What about
He was at Kim Porter's death scene.
Yeah, I know. And he was also the nigga that took Tory Lanez to Kylie's house to fake shoot Megan Thee Stallion. And Corey Gamble, it's Justin Bieber's former tour manager, which taught Kris Jenner how to be a tour manager so that she could take over the financial responsibility for all of Kanye West shows and remove Sean G. Cute. Anyway.
Shit.
Yeah, Corey Gamble has been a plant for a long time. Everybody knows it.
Okay. Now, mind you, Jack, people in the comments of our last interview.
He's probably the one that groom Justin and make him so pliable so that they could pimp him out at all these damn music festivals. He would be the right guy for the job.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I want to go back to Kanye West.
You can sue me, Corey.
No fuss given.
So Kanye West, they talk about the Illuminati a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think his mom's death was a sacrifice.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
you think that's
Did you check out the doctor I talked about?
I just looking him up, John Adams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting, isn't he?
Yeah, I hadn't got to look into it.
Who the fuck hired that bitch?
Right.
That's the doctor you hire when you're trying to rig your insurance plan.
Yeah.
He's got an awesome success rate at losing human lives.
Or even go under this with this doctor is a crazy thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder who hired him. He should have treated Ray J and Brandy.
Oh shit.
Spared us all a lot of bullshit.
I thought Randy had like a real clean name.
Oh wow.
Y'all don't remember that person? Well, car.
We remember.
Y'all remember all the lying she did when she was a kid? Pretending to be married to that nigga. Yeah, pretending to.
Yeah, see, this is the part where the audio issue started, and it just starts to sound all it's like really staticky.
He was the father of the child. When the truth is, she started out Rodney Jerkins, and then she started fucking. That's what she got right. I don't know. She used to get by that at my little cousin's godmom house where we used to get drunk. See, 9 times out of 10, I probably was there when Brandy conceived her first child. We was all at the house in Mays Landing. I was keeping an eye on everybody. I got paid well to do so. I know exactly who got Brandy pregnant. I know exactly when it happened. You know, it's just funny to me. Because I know why they hate me. Because I was first. I would have definitely been the like top daughter for the Illuminati if I had have went that way.
And that says a lot, because the one that did go that way allegedly is Beyonce. And it's crazy because even before Jaguar started speaking her truth years back publicly, other people in the industry were saying that Beyonce was the queen of the Illuminati. And even in her song, what's the one? I think I don't remember if it's Partition, but it's one of the songs. Oh shit, I gotta look up the name of it now, because since I'm tired, it's not coming to me. But I was actually listening to it, and now that I'm probably gonna not listen to no more of her music. Yeah, Formation, not Partition. Formation. In that song, she says, "Y'all haters corny with that Illuminati shit." And she talks about, swerving on her haters and all this other shit. But I mean, your husband literally has a clothing brand celebrating Aleister Crowley. And you both have constantly and consistently flashed the symbolism for Aleister Crowley, the Baphomet, and satanic. I mean, just, So, I mean, it would make sense, because people from the industry say that it's alleged that whenever there's another woman who poses a threat to Beyonce, that she does everything she can to either get rid of them or have them be considered as crazy. Because like Jag said, when she was signed to the label, her and Jay-Z had a thing going on. And I remember those rumors circulating when, you know, when he introduced her to the world as his artist and all this stuff. And a lot of people from the industry have said that Beyonce got rid of Aaliyah because of Jay-Z's love for her, and that any, like Foxy Brown, Tierra Marie, now Jag, pretty much any other woman that he was feeling or dealt with or still kind of had around him, that allegedly she had everything to do with them either their careers plummeting or, unfortunately, like what happened to Aaliyah. And with Rihanna, you really didn't see Beyonce embracing Rihanna. It was kind of just like, well, that's Jay-Z's artist, you know. But then later on down the road, it looked like they pretended to form a bond because allegedly Riri and Bey's spiritual dark gifts, alleged, merged. So it was like going from a third-party situation and low-key competition to let's embrace each other's dark gifts and become almost like family. But this shit is like really, it's really nuts, y'all, for real.
There was nobody more heartless than me, nobody more money-minded than me, and nobody more absolute than me. I was a great pimp because I was a great punisher. What pain did I experience? I know how to recreate that. But see, I chose to go the other way.
Yeah. So what made you go the other way?
My kids.
Jack, people are going to ask this time and time again. How does she know what she knows? What puts you in these rooms to where you've been around all these people? Like,
Sin.
Yeah, because they think, is it music? Is it what put you in all these rooms?
Sin.
So you was with the shits.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Probably always will be, to a certain extent.
And it's funny because when they ask that.
And I feel what she's saying there, because not to say that she would participate in any sort of essaying, but her you know, being into kink as a dominatrix and, you know, having that experience, if she's still into that, but not in the energy and environment of a Diddy freak off is what I mean. Because that's what she's been publicly saying, is that that was her role there. And, you know, I'm quite sure she's still into some kinky shit, but the thing I like is that at least she is being transparent and being open about it, because like she said on the Pierce Morgan interview, her role was dominatrix. She dominated men, and a true dominatrix, like she said, she was heartless. And how do I explain this? So a female dom and or a dominatrix, they're chosen because those people that want to feel their power of being overpowered enjoy that ruthless energy. That's what a masochist enjoys, just like a submissive, a sub. They get joy out of being your toy, out of being your pet, out of being your baby girl, out of being whatever you want them to be. I mean, hell, I still got people from back in the day that be trying to hit me up that are subs, and they crave to be dominated, basically. So it's not a against your will scenario. It's them requesting to be under your power because that's what they enjoy. So when she's saying probably still will, what I'm picking up from that is if there were someone to come along, especially a male, that requested her to dominate them, she probably would still do it.
Of course, you did the one gotta go. You spoke on Gerald Levert.
Yeah.
And people question, she don't know Gerald Levert like that. What's she talking about? And I want you to be able to tell them, like, no, like, when you're not.
I met Joe when I was 15. He was my mentor. He is my boss. Then he became my friend. And then as I became a grown adult, he became my love. And from the age of 15 until the day that he died, taught me so much. When I go back and I think about Gerald, I think about Gerald. So he cash money bullshit to me and Scott's story about the importance of songwriting. You get too caught up in all of the fucking trendy shit. When a classic song will sell forever. I've had a lot of great experience, a lot of bad experiences. The funny thing about it is, I look back now. Part of the reason why people have such a hard time believing is because I wasn't. Like I always hear them say, "She wasn't in no pictures there." I know I waited. I didn't want to be seen on camera with any of these motherfuckers with the kind of shit I was into. It's goddamn criminal. Part of the reason why I can speak the way I can speak is because the statute of limitation is passed on all my crimes. I said I didn't commit any crimes. I said I was smart enough to wait for me to not be held accountable for them. And you can say I'm a punk for that. I don't know. How do you call a nigga stupid for making sure that they ain't got to serve time for their crimes? But at the end of the day, I think the thing that bothers me most is that I have the amount of talent that I have. And I was willing to walk away and sacrifice that opportunity, that high level, that easy for the right. Because it was a lot. I stopped working in the industry. Was because I'm not going to help them because of the dollar to enslave another human being.
Oh, man.
See, I sign a contract with them. I make money with them. I make money for them. That money allows them to be able to steal girls from different countries, hold their passports, make them video sluts, turn them into prostitutes, sell them. And meanwhile, in all of that, the consumers don't ever hold themselves responsible for the fact that every R. Kelly album he bought, every single, all the merchandise made it possible for him to cover the fact that he was raping Aaliyah.
Right. There's a time when they walk on stage together and they dress alike.
They made it possible for him to fucking do what he done to that girl.
Nobody said nothing to like.
That was the fucking goddamn fans.
He was the first successfully, corporately funded goddamn pedophile. And the fans made that possible. And they want to sit around and cry. You said that she did, but you still bought her R. Kelly record after she died. What?
Who's the worst celebrity like that you've been around is like the most full of sin? I know no sin is greater, but like just it's like damn, this
Clive Davis. Devil incarnate. Queen slut of the Luciferian brigade.
Well, like why? I mean, what explain it. Like why?
He's a piece queen. Because he doesn't have a problem with collecting little sex workers, so his new surgeon husband can harvest organs to keep him alive. Like he's the devil. Clive Davis. He Janis Joplin. He blackmailed Betty Wright, so she wouldn't tell anybody that he Janis Joplin. He killed Whitney Houston.
So, Jack, can I ask you then? If we seen what happened to R. Kelly, we seen Bill Cosby, we seen what's happening with Diddy. I think Aubrey O'Day from Danity Kane is about to make a documentary with TMZ. And the
Yeah, I'm sure she's gonna make a documentary and it's gonna fucking be so heavily redacted that you don't have to tell the truth.
Completely. She's gonna be the new Janice Dickinson.
I was gonna ask, who do you think, if a documentary was made of, would be the most damning? If, like, out of people you know, if they're gonna make a documentary.
Sidney Poitier.
Oh, whoa. What is the Academy Award?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Because the shit that he did for them,
Oh,
just so he could have his career.
Oh.
The things that he did to Eartha Kitt, the lies that he told on RCD and Ruby, RC Davis and Ruby D, the fucking operative. There used to be a rumor in Black Hollywood in Baldwin Hills that if Sidney Poitier showed up at your party, it's because they were watching you. And he carried that legacy until his 80s.
Jack, the way you move, it's like something real special about you. It's like money. Nothing just really moves you. You just who you are, right? Like you're not compromised by the dollar or anything. I could just,
All money ain't good money.
Right.
And more importantly than that, the second that I decided to turn my life into an algorithm, I became the money.
Right.
Money don't have to worry about itself.
What I want to ask is like, is it something? So when you get a lot of money, are you like, are you going to become sinful or something like that?
This is the thing.
Yeah.
You should learn who you are, like who you truly are inside before you get money.
Right.
See, money is nothing more than energy. It's it. It's energy. What we do with ourselves and our money is representative of our energy. You buy season tickets to the Dallas Cowboys every year, but you never buy tickets to the Rangers. See, your energy is there with the Cowboys. Money is energy. See, people look at money like it's something real. All of that money out and take it outside and put it in the trash can and set it on fire. You're not going to get none of that money back. Want to know why? Because money is intangible. Energy is. See, energy that can influence generations, change algorithms, dominate thumbnails. See, money is going to be generated from that. One way or the other. I always tell people, like my father told me, if you become money, you'll never have to worry about getting money a day in your life. Teach a man how to fish. He good. Give a man a fish. He all right for now. Teach a human being how to be able to become money. Teach a motherfucker how to rely on a paycheck. Sidney Poitier asked the people to buy into the system. Sam Cooke said we need to break the system and create a new one. Who led it?
That's the realest shit I've ever heard. A lot of my journey this year makes sense. That's why I've told people I'm in a transition. Because I don't want to be one of those people living paycheck to paycheck anymore. That's a learned behavior, passed down from generation to generation, accepting the bare minimum. I would rather create wealth than accept the bare minimum. And I got to stop this because I got to get up in like a few hours. And I didn't even realize I had been on this live that long. I really, and I know like this interview had so many areas that are dark, but that need to be discussed. See, people get very uncomfortable when you start to talk about dark experiences that you've been through, endured, overcame. And it's not easy to do. It's not at all. In fact, it's extremely difficult. But in speaking about it, you help other people. You help other people who have gone through it, who are going through it now. And when I look at Jaguar, I definitely see a survivor. I see a warrior. I see a woman who has been through things that the very people judging her could never, ever have survived, let alone imagine going through. And it reminds me so much of myself and the experiences that I've gone through. So, like I said, that's why I support her. That whole bullshit when people be like, oh, folks do stuff for clout. Not when you create your own platform. You don't need to do that. And when she becomes very passionate in her speech and she's very raw, she's very unfiltered, she's very just herself, she attracts people who it captures people's attention. And I noticed, like, even when I used to be speaking out about, what happened to me and what's happened to so many others at these churches, of course, there's people that have thanked me for it. And then there's people who say, don't talk about that. It's too dark, or, it can trigger other people to feel whatever type of way. And I'm like, why should I give a fuck who it triggers when these things that have gone on in these industries and gone on in these churches and in these environments and in these societies? Why can't we hold those people accountable? What's wrong with that? There really shouldn't be anything wrong with that. So, like I said, salute to Jag, man. Of course, the beginning of the interview was just fucking hilarious to me. And I understand that there's people who are very homophobic that will become uncomfortable when a woman openly talks about her sexuality. But also live in your truth and be free. If I've learned anything over these past few years, it's that. Live in your truth and be free. Don't let another person's uncomfortability define you or stop you from speaking your truth or living in your truth. Even to those that I know and love who are literally living a down low life, just live your truth. Because if you keep living your life for the approval and validations of others, one, you're not being true to yourself. Two, you're never going to be free or happy. So that's why I commend Jag, because she's just herself. She is just herself. And I'm so grateful that she's exposing all these people and all this stuff, and even being open about the role she played, you know, in the freak offs and in the industry, and about her past, you know, at her childhood and things that she's gone through. It makes every other one of us who have had similar experiences, makes people feel normal. Makes you feel like, okay, there's hope for me to also be able to come through this, heal, and help other people. And at the end of it, no matter what anyone says, in my opinion, that's really all that matters, is that she is helping to rescue people from this lifestyle and warning them and trying to help them instead of just talking shit about them. Her and Orlando Brown both are using their platforms to warn the next generation of what not to get caught up in. And in my opinion, that's highly commendable. So shout out to Jaguar Wright, shout out to Orlando Brown for taking a stand and continuing to speak on it. And I fully support everything you both are doing, and keep doing it. No matter what anybody says, keep doing it. And with that being said, y'all, I got to get off this live because I didn't realize it was this late, and I got to get up in just a few hours. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to especially thank my returning viewers. Like I said, this interview was a different energy, but going forward, I want to, of course, continue to cover the Diddy story and anything that I find in relation to Jay-Z as well. But I also want to start celebrating Jaguar's music. So I'm going to put together some things to start promoting her music without incurring any sort of copyright strikes on my channel, you know, even if it's just sharing posts with her music, because she is more than just a whistleblower. And as y'all can see, she's definitely not a conspiracy theorist, because so many people have reported the same, you know, won't say incidents, but experiences. But she's a very amazing, amazing artist. And again, for her to have gone through all that she's gone through and still be able to produce content and great music speaks of her resiliency. So again, shout out to you, Queen Jag. I send you nothing but prayers of love and healing, prosperity, abundance, and joy. And I support you. I support you in everything that you're doing. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Again, for those who haven't, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you would like to support my channel and drop a blessing, cash tag is below, and I will post it in the comments as well. You all have a very beautiful day.